Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Facebook should show it online, or YouTube. Okay. So I'm back online. And okay, let's start this before I change my mind. So this is the box. It had a little bit of damage, looks like, in shipping. So, and it is in Czech, which not quite sure what the language is based off of, but I definitely can't read that. But you can tell it's proudly made in the Czech Republic, right here. And let's open it. So there's this nice carrying handle on the top of it. Show it off. It has a handle here. So it's easy to carry. There's tacky peanut stuff. My shipping receipt that you shouldn't see. Congratulations on getting a original Prusa i3. First and foremost, we want to thank you for buying this printer directly from the author, Joseph Prusa. Your support supported further development, and we'll do our best to help you. Starting printing ASAP, manual at blah blah blah, assembly instructions, multiple language. Also visit drivers to get the software package, firmware updates, and important manual. New versions of the manual and the firmware are available from 5th to 6th August 2016. Please use those with your machine, the new book, and the PDF, and flash the firmware, please. If you have any questions, feel free to check the forum at forum.prusa3d.com. If you created your login, workshop, same login. If you have problems, help.prusa3d.com. And here's the package list. Checked by Jinka? And that was July 9th. So I don't know if they made any changes to this. Hopefully not. Kind of scribbly. But it's a packing list, so I got all the stuff to build a printer in this box. Turbo Fressaballa. So it looks like some kind of candy in some other country, because it's written in a different language. So I will try this. Oh, it smells like, I don't know if I should eat this or not, but I will. Oh. Okay, here's the real stuff. Instruction manual. Apparently this is really important to read. It's really well printed, really well bounded for an instructional book. It has pretty decent images that are not really clear, but I'm also going to pull up the PDF instructions because I think it's really important to have the PDF instructions, especially since it told me to get the most recent ones. Here's my packing invoice. The 3D printing handbook, which goes through your first steps in printing. Auto calibration and how to use the software and blah blah blah. So these are really important manuals. And this is really cool. I've never seen a printer like this. It has a basic automated testing checklist for the kit. So you guarantee that your parts are going to work out of the box instead of just like randomly picked hardware that they just pack on a box. Not only that, but it tells you exactly how long your heater is going to go for, how long your hot end, how long a hot end takes to heat up. And it has a temperature graph, which is really amazing. So maximum temperature reached in 114 seconds, 100 degrees C in 362 seconds. I wonder what kind of rig they have to be able to print like all this firmware. They must have some computer set up. That's pretty cool. I kind of wish other printer manufacturers did this stuff. This is probably a parts kit. Here's the metal frame. Here's the power supply. Oh. PLA is so weird. I don't get PLA, but I'll be printing parts on it. It's a pretty standard power supply with predetermined 12-volt lines. Power cable, always nice to have power cable. Ooh, shrink wrapped orange. This is orange. This is just orange. That's all it says. Orange. It doesn't even say orange. It just says PLA. 1 kilogram. I think this is just standard orange. It probably doesn't look like it on the camera, but I'll be able to print replacement parts is what I'm hoping for. That look the same as the ones that they print. Here's a heavier parts kit box. This is a lot of stuff I can tell. This is the motor kit. There's, I think, 5 stepper motors in here. Yep. Stepper motors and screw rods. Or threaded Acme rods. Neat. Okay. Put that off to the side. These rails, the end cap actually fell off of them, so shipping. So hopefully nothing's damaged. Let's check. Okay, now I have one person watching. Awesome. Hey everybody. Sorry. I will continue. Okay. Okay. So I should start with the manual. I'm gonna go download the PDF manual. Okay, original Prusa i3 MK2 kit assembly. Original i3 plus. Oh, okay. Those are different kits. Plus MK2. Okay, so there's some comments on here. How-to guides, MK2. Where do I download the... I want to download the PDF. Okay, so it goes through an introduction. Okay, so it looks like what's on this page is the same. Okay. High resolution. 3D printer is subject to continuous upgrading. We strongly suggest using an actual online version of the manual when assembling this kit. You can ask questions or specific comments, steps, using commentary, feature online manual. Okay, so that's what I'm going to go through. Updated version of the original MK2 assembly manual can be found. Okay. So introduction. First steps, all the tools that are required. So I'm going to follow through both online and manual to see where there's differences. So I want to make sure. Let's open up these boxes. Okay, this is the printed parts kit. Wow, that is orange. Just for comparison, I just want to see what this looks like. I want to see if it's the same orange. That's exciting, if it is. I have a trash can out off in this conference room. So I'm actually in the conference room at the Dallas Makerspace. Pretty much nobody's here. And I started this at midnight, so apparently don't get sleep. I also don't know how to open the box. It's a little lighter than this, but I can't really tell with the plastic. Yeah, it's not quite the same orange. The printed orange is actually a little darker. The printed parts are really good looking. They're good looking, but I'm so used to ABS that PLA just looks different to me, honestly. And also the way that Kira and the other slicers slice differently than Kiss Slicer, I think. So that might be a little bit of a difference. I'm not sure. I have to say this is pretty overwhelming. Like, if I had no knowledge about 3D printing, but I was good at building Legos and stuff since I've been doing it forever. But I have about 6 years of 3D printing. So I've built like 6 printers. This is actually maybe my 6th printer, I think. I'm not sure because I've helped work on other printers too. So in some way, this will be the first scratch-built printer I've ever built since. No, it's not the first one. This is the first. This is the second kit I've built since my MakerBot cupcake. And obviously, this is 100 times better than the MakerBot cupcake. Alcohol swabs. And everything else. I'm going to duck out so you can look at cool stuff. Hi. Hopefully, if I'm 2 weeks, I start after that. Four. Okay. It's a healthy snack. Healthier. Okay, I'm back. Still trying to figure out where this candy's from. Oh, it's from Spain. Sounds like, is that Spanish? It says España, Spain. Yeah, not a big fan of it though. It has this weird flavor to it. Whatever. There's so much stuff in here. Tools. That's what I'm looking for. Tools. Comes with all your tools. This is seriously the way to have kids. Is sell the tools with a kid. Yes, it's more expensive, but what other kits come with tools? Like actual building tools. I love that everything's from like the European Union, which is awesome. Whatever. Tools. Using labels for references. Everything has their size and what they look like, an outline. Hex wrenches, pliers. Critical parts like zip ties have spare included as the backup option. No need to worry if you mess up during the assembly with extras added. So they give you spare parts. They're actually 1-to-1 scale. So all these labels, it looks like they use sticker makers, like a thermal printer, to make the labels. Best way to do this. This would have helped so much. So I built a Mendel 90, partially from a kit from Chris and Mary for Knophead for the Mendel 90. So I ordered the plate kit and the fastener kit. And the fastener kit had individually labeled bags with what they had in them. It became a problem having so many fasteners, though, that you had to keep opening little baggies and search for little baggies. And then I ended up getting to the point where I just got plastic containers with individual parts. It was so much easier. Move this up a little bit. Okay. Okay. Spare bag. Every type of fastener includes a separate special bag. If you lose a screw when building, use one from this bag. Cool. So there's a spare bag of every type. I do have extra metric screws and nuts and bolts, so this isn't a big deal to me. Nut insertion tip. If you're experiencing troubles getting nut in correct places, just follow these 3 simple tips. Screw in 3 nut about some long. Push the screw nut into the hole where it's supposed to be. Grab the screw with the pliers and gently hammer the nut using the wrench. If a screw from a different bag than you're using at the moment, don't forget to return it back to that. Viewing high resolution images. Manual.prusa3d.com, which I have pulled up. Hover your cursor over the image and click View Original button. You can start assembling Y-axis in the next chapter. So, Y-axis assembly. I got tools. Most of my time building my other printer kits were most of the time finding the tools at the makerspace. If I didn't have a tool or a part, I would read the manual and then I would find out that, oh man, I need this part, this tool. Have to go on Amazon, order it, buy another one. I ended up getting to the point where now I have a Dremel tool. I've had a Dremel tool. I had a Dremel tool. I had to get a powered screwdriver because it just was killing me with the turning screwdrivers. Powered screwdriver. I had to get a metric drill set. I had to get a bunch of other stuff. So it was just a pain because a lot of it was cleaning up parts. Really high quality tools though that came with this. Doesn't seem like these are Harbor Freight tools. I'm sure this cost them like a whole $2 or $3 worth of parts. Okay. Low density polyethylene bags. Cool. So we got parts. 3D printed parts. Y-axis corners. So Y-axis. Step number 2. The Y-axis. And step number 2. The Y-axis. So I have what's kind of cool about this is building a 3D printer kit is you got these PLA printed parts that are kind of shiny and you can see all the printer artifacts that you're used to and printing a kit. It's kind of, I don't know, it seems kind of cheap in a way. Honestly, I'd rather be building a aluminum extrusion type thing where you get T-nuts and stuff like that. But I feel that it being open source, this is the signature of a printer kit is printed parts. I'm not a huge fan of printed parts in general, but all my printers that I have are mostly printed parts. But again, a rep wrap. I bought this specifically because it was a rep wrap, because it was open source, and because it looked like it prints really well. And from what I can tell, these parts are pretty good. But again, you have limitations, 3D printing limitations. What's also cool about these, it doesn't look like they even had to clean up the parts. These are not cleaned up parts, from what I can tell. So they basically just gave you raw parts off the printer, which tells me how amazing this printer design is. that they're actually using Prusa i3 kits to be able to print Prusa parts, and they don't have to clean up the parts afterwards. Which I know because I work for another printer company, and they have to clean up all their parts, which is most of the labor on the printer kit. Okay, so in red is the y-axis corners, which are these 4 things. And it doesn't look like they're symmetrical. Orange piece is the Y tie-down, which I'm probably going to reprint all the parts when I get this printer built. Come in. Hey. How's it going? Yeah, I am, but that's okay. Nobody's watching the stream. Ah, awesome.
Capricorn.
Thank you so much.
Where can I
I've
sit
never
without
seen a
you?
bag like. Oh, over there.
Okay.
Cool.
This will be fun.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry.
So this is what a $700 printer kit looks like.
Nice. Actually, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of parts. Anyway, Karen is on the stream. She's a Makerspace member.
Yay.
She's awesome.
I try.
For the 5 people that are gonna watch this video, props to
6.
Karen. 6 people. How do I open this?
Pull it from. It says pull from corner to corner.
From one corner?
See, you pull the red, and you might want to put it flat because it'll pull up. Pull it up. No.
Oh, it's greasy.
Oh,
Is it supposed to be like tearaway?
yes. It actually says on the on the front or on there. It says pull to
Pull the
middle.
center. It's hard to pull the center when you don't have. Oh my god, really?
Here, let me see.
I can't build a printer, but I can't even open the popcorn thing. It's probably gonna be greasy. Okay. That makes total sense now. Thank you.
You are very welcome. It's a woman thing.
Yeah, I guess so. I swear I'm an engineer.
Yes, yes you are.
I guess Bill is too. He probably has those problems too.
Yes, yes he does. My beloved husband.
Okay, eating on a live stream. This is fun. Usually I have OCD too, like wiping my fingers, but I'm assuming all these parts have some kind of grease on them too, so I'll leave that too. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I do need assistance on my streams.
Glad to be. Oh, wait a minute. Safety first.
Yeah,
Oh,
I really
no,
hope that I don't need safety glasses for this printer. White belt holder. This piece is a Y motor holder. So this actually holds the motor. End stop motor on this side, end stop on this side. These are 8mm holes, so there's gonna be threaded rod that goes through them. PSU Y part. This is gonna hold the power supply here. And then the Y idler, which is this, is going to hold the bearing that holds the belt. Very, very simplified parts. Like, the way the guy designed this is these are actually all printed on the printer themselves. Yeah.
So
It's like the poly printers like are printed on the printer themselves.
Oh.
So when I build this, I'll be able to print my own set of parts to replace them.
That's actually very cool.
It's definitely sci-fi. Use M10 nuts, M10 washers, and M10 threaded rods. Threaded rods are in this kit. What I don't like about this is they I don't know if they cover the threaded rods. Oh god.
Looks like you have some shorter ones that are gonna fall.
So all my smooth rods are here.
MK2 wheels.
If you want to make a costume out of it, it's cool.
It's tempting.
This is a, these are wire wraps.
Mm-hmm. I'm familiar with wire wraps, but nothing like that.
Yeah.
That look a lot easier to put on than some of the other ones I've seen.
There's going to be a lot of zip ties involved. There's 3 wire wraps in different sizes. These are all my threaded rods. So there's 6 of them. They're not really clean.
Is this the candy you were talking about?
Yeah. You want to try it?
Let's see. Thank you. It is.
No.
No.
This is España.
Oh,
Spain.
Español. Oh, fresha bala
Mm.
with strawberries, which you can smell.
Yeah, I was wondering if I had that taste to it. I didn't even notice what the taste is.
No artificial colors and no artificial preservatives.
Cool. You read Spanish?
Uno poquito.
Yeah. See.
Gracias.
Okay. This is the hardwood bit. Everything labeled. Exactly what's in the bag. What they look like by part and instructions.
I like all the little details in it.
Oh, like tons of details. The software and the firmware in this, or the firmware that controls this printer, it has like the LCD screen will walk you through calibration for the first time. Yeah. Like, this is why I tell people don't buy a Chinese kit, because it's not going to do any of this stuff for you.
How much did this run?
Roughly $7.75, because
That's not bad.
$75 for shipping, because it was from the Czech Republic. For the class, though, the more people that buy into it, the cheaper the shipping's going to be. So I put it at $750 round number. I might eat the cost of some of the kits, but I mean some of the shipping. But realistically, I bought this at PayPal billing, so 6 months and that was no interest. My goal is to pay it off, hopefully with the printer itself.
That would be very awesome.
So I'm not making any money with this kit class. So anyway, I was not expecting to buy a printer kit, but too late. I'm not returning it back to Czech Republic.
Yeah, please don't.
Screw the nuts in. I'm gonna sit down for the rest of this. So 10 nuts. These are M8s. These are M10s. Screw the nuts on and place washers. Y corners. And PSU Y cord on the threaded rod, as shown in the picture. Screw the nuts on and place the washers. It looks like the long axis. Okay. So it's supposed to look like the picture. It's 2 screws. And then 2 washers, a screw,
Would you like some assistance?
Sure, if you want to help.
Okay.
These rods have some dirt on them.
Oh, right. That's gonna bother me.
No. It's just mags and stuff.
So how do you want me to do this? Put it
Just
into the middle?
Halfway through the rod, yeah.
What we need is a Dremel. Hold
Well,
it on the end.
yeah, somebody did a drill, which is fine, but this makes for an exciting live stream.
Thrilling. Harold, the tree lizard, got released, and then his sister came in.
Oh, another one?
Yes. So we have.
You have like a lizard breeding ground.
It's a colony living in the bottom because we don't have ductwork that goes around the top of our building. It's around the bottom, which is perfect for those lovely little lizards.
They give you 2 wrenches. So these are, as far as I can tell, these are symmetrical parts. Sounds like Alan's talking about something.
Okay, halfway through.
Okay. Then there's 2 washers, bigger washers, and then another nut, 2 washers, and then another nut.
Now where do these go on each either end?
Yeah, 2 washers there.
2 on one side?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the nut behind them. And then screw them close to each other.
Another little acorn brown, sitting on the cocoa brown. Sorry.
It makes a cool sound.
It does. Music time.
You gonna be here for a while?
I can be. I've got to get up and take Azzy to school in the morning. She got
5?
smart.
Oh.
No, she dropped her English class since she's taking that night class. I'm doing very, very good at it.
Yeah, I ended up I failed both semesters of English in junior year, and I ended up taking summer school, and like being a private school kid, like taking a public school summer school summer class to like make up for it, I got like 100% the entire time.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh man, really? I'm like, yeah, I read the book. I just didn't read the book
Okay, so we got
up to my teacher's expectations, apparently. Okay. Almost there.
yeah. So she went from the charter school to the traditional front school.
Yeah.
Her teachers absolutely love her,
Oh, I'm sure.
and you can see the difference.
Did you watch that Jamie Oliver? Is it Jamie Oliver? Anyway, he talks about charter schools and how some of them are run for profit, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hers was originally done strictly. It was a math and science based school, and now it's for profit,
Yeah.
and it's a sports school.
Oh, yeah.
So
There's also nuts and washers on both ends.
okay. Actually, it kind of makes sense to have it balanced if you're going to have it in the middle.
Yeah.
Are we doing this with all the rods? It seems like
There's 2 rods. There's one left and right side.
Oh, okay.
So the picture is, you see, so there's nut, washer, nut, and there's 2 nuts and washers, and then plastic parts.
Okay. I'm going to do that again because that's just cool.
But this is good. This whole thing is good for me is kind of see how I'm gonna pace the class,
Okay.
the workshop. Besides the fact that I want to have another printer, but no, I think that's the thing is like, especially all the little quirks of the manual and like reading out the manual and seeing how these actually.
So are these 2 washers on one side?
No, one washer.
I mean, washer. Okay. Let me rephrase that. The nut.
Oh yeah, one nut on each side.
Okay, because you gave me 2.
Like a few inches in. Like this.
Wait a minute, I did something wrong.
I'm constructing it inside out.
Okay, let me go back. So it goes. All that work in this if I did it wrong.
These should be symmetrical except for one of these. Okay, and then that in the water. So
So it's nut, washer, or sorry. Yeah, nut, washer, nut, washer. I'm sorry. What the hell are these? Nuts.
So you see on the outside, it tells you how many nuts and washers and where they're placed.
Almost in the middle. So it looks like the 2 that are together, it's just meant to keep them from moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they're locking. And the other nut, the 2 washers are gonna press against a metal plate, and then the
Okay.
other washer is gonna kind of be the stop. So
Okay.
those two washers in the middle are actually holding the metal plate that goes up and down together.
Nice. May I have one of the plastic pieces, please?
Sure. And like the picture shows, the rod captures are gonna go. They're gonna be facing inside of each other.
Correct.
It's close.
Oh, wrong end. Sorry.
I feel like we're gonna clean each other.
Okay, so these open and they face like this, correct? Or the
Yes.
other way?
No, they're facing that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a really complicated logo, basically. And you probably want them like at the ends of their. This nut one you want it at the ends, kind of like this.
I will.
But again, we're gonna be screwing, unscrewing, screwing, unscrewing, because this has to be perfectly square. Which by the time I'm done with this, so it's gonna be kind of complicated. But
I'll make it work.
it seems like the most complicated part was building this y-axis. This whole thing. It's basically look like a little square, a rectangle box. When we're done with it.
Okay, I would like 2 more washers and 2 more nuts, please. Thank you very much.
Okay. Which one do you wash for? I need a caliber. I will do.
Access will be happy with me
Why?
because I put in my 2 weeks notice. But she wanted me to wait.
For what?
I don't know. Well, she's going to Vegas in a little bit, and she wanted a few more weeks, I guess, with me working there. For goodness sakes, they just got me broke in.
No, I realized you were working there longer than I would have made it. Well, my tolerance to jobs is just as bad as you are. Because I realize not having a paycheck sucks. So
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I put myself in a position where
if it's dangerous or it's abusive, then get out of there. You're better off just abusing yourself and having no money than it is to be abused by another person. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. No, I'm not at will employment, right? Sucks
Okay.
if you do, sucks if you don't, kind of thing.
Yes.
That's work life. What's this? Oh, fancy. Look at them.
Yes.
Fancy overhand. Oh, I see what it is. This locks in here like this, so they can't turn over. So it supports the weight of the power supply on this end.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does this side have that as well?
No, that's
Okay.
only one side.
Okay.
The other side of the electronics bolt to the metal plate that I have here. Good thing I watched the video because now I know how the printer goes together. I say that, but
I see.
the guy in the video was not reading the instructions properly, and
A little confuzzulated.
yeah, everybody was like, "You need to read the instructions." So I need to get a digital calipers because it needs to be exactly 100 millimeters between this plastic part and this nut.
I wish I had known. I
This
had
one.
one at home.
Oh, I have one. I can prepare it. I really have enough parts in my box to build another printer if I wanted to, but I'm rebuilding another printer. So building a printer.
Because you want to.
Yes, I put the see.
Mhm.
I was watching and I put this part on the wrong side.
The popcorn was a good idea.
Yeah,
I needed this.
it's good. It's actually pretty good. It doesn't taste like that stuff in the carnival, but it tastes sweeter than butter popcorn. I just don't like butter popcorn. Butter popcorn because it's basically like if I'm gonna eat butter, I might as well just eat butter. You know, like Don't ruin my butter experience. Butter and bread is good, but butter and popcorn, like, wrong texture with the wrong flavor, in my opinion.
It's really good if you have real butter, like ghee
Yeah, real butter.
over popcorn.
Yeah.
That is good. With salt, amazing. Did you hear about the guy who got lung cancer from all his popcorn? He was eating like 5 or 6 boxes of the microwave, you know, like 6 per thing,
God,
a day.
how do you? I don't understand how that works.
Apparently, that was all he was eating.
Yeah.
It's madness. But anyhow, the lesson is moderation. Everything in moderation.
At least if you're gonna die from cancer, if you need too much of a product, you might as well have the product sponsor it. Yeah.
Marvel Man.
Yeah. Same for the cost of my lung cancer.
How much is the class going to cost?
$750. It includes 1 printer kit.
I'll see what I can do for Azzy. Because she'll probably want to take the class.
That would be amazing, but that is a hard financial decision for a lot of people. Everybody's like, I tell them about the class, like, oh.
Only if.
I didn't really time it right. I should have waited till like January, but yeah.
Because Azzy's birthday's coming up in December.
I think I'll do another one. I won't buy another printer kit, but I'll do another one with this kit. Unless it gets updated by then. The 2 nuts have to be tightened against each other. For the initial position of the white corners, you can temporarily see step 10. Step 10?
Is this somebody's phone?
No, it actually, we've figured it out. It looks like it's a base station type phone. And I don't know where it came from.
How's your mom?
Good.
Busy as usual.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, she ended her vacation this week. She was off this week.
Sounds nice.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting telegraph. You can sing to the audience of 1 person.
I was gonna play some music, but
Copyright
yeah,
on live stream.
not good. Row, 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 row. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna.
That's actually
I was gonna
probably-
start singing "Baby Got Back," so not much different. Baby got back.
Oh Lord have mercy. I was at the chiropractor and I had my radio up a little loud. Went to turn on my car just as a group of elderly ladies walked by, and that song came on really, really loud.
You don't want none until you got fun and fun.
You were so loved, you know that.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I hear. Oh, there. Oh no. Not good.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Premium games.
No, actually that was something that Lisa had sent me earlier.
Oh, bubbles. Or reverse.
And oh so long ago, in a time very far, far away, I went to get my massage therapy license, took the classes, everything, and then discovered that it took 3 days in Austin to do my test, and I just didn't have the money to do that.
Oh,
But I have all the knowledge,
yeah.
just not, I just never could get my certification, which really sucked.
Yeah.
I put in my 2 weeks notice. Oh my God. And I don't have anything to, for to back up.
Well, I've been. I'll feed Heather. If I have to. I don't have to. I want to help everybody, but
Yeah, we can't see
you
them.
gotta help yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. I think right now she was,
Although I do have 2 for 1 Chipotle's.
I've got some too. I was very, very nice to the manager. She had a very unhappy employee. And I almost made the manager cry. She's like, I wish more customers were like you here. I was like, thank you very much.
I got 2 of them so far, so and then I got the rewards card, so I'm just
Mm.
hoping.
I need to sign up for the rewards card.
Yeah. I was just talking about Chipotle. I'm like, if only Chipotle was open 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I kind of thought about that. If we had free energy, say Tesla's idea for that energy coming from the earth
Okay.
up through trees, would stuff like that be 24 hours?
I don't think it's just energy, it's people.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, people are the problem for a lot of things.
Mhm.
You find that out in retail really quick.
Yeah, the night crew, it tends to be
We
a
wouldn't-
very special group of people.
we wouldn't
Case
have-
in point, hey.
Yeah. I think you do well at my job, but unfortunately, every time I try to give people jobs at these call center help desk jobs, they always like, we're in a hiring freeze. We're in a hiring freeze. Now we're not in a hiring freeze, but then I'm like, okay, here's my friend's resume, and they're like, okay.
We're in a hiring freeze.
Uh,
Mm. I do have one of my coworkers. She works for Envoy, the American Airlines section of it.
mhm.
And she looked at my resume and she goes, okay, so what can you do? So I just verbally just went
Yeah.
through half the things that I could do, like the Windows Office, Excel, Word Perfect, stuff like that. I can do customer service on the phone. I'm really good at that. And so blah 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 blah. So I just ran off, and she's just like, oh, because apparently if I get hired on, and I use her, if she can if she uses her foot, get me in the door, it's $1,000 for her. Huh?
There we go. Check out next month. We're pretty close.
Hmm.
Yeah, it'd be cool. The other thing I don't like about popcorn is like the chubby hazards.
You're eating it too fast.
I guess.
Means you're really hungry.
I just eat everything fast. Like, I've been in the military, but I haven't been in the military. Like, all the military people I know, they eat their meals like super fast.
My brothers and I are the only ones in our family who've not enlisted in the military.
Must be a disappointment. To somebody.
Meh,
Yeah, I know.
meh.
I couldn't get myself to sign a contract with the government for 6 years of my life.
Well, once you sign up, you're in for life, meaning that
Yeah,
they could call you back anytime.
Yeah, but I still couldn't do it.
I told my darling teen, in which I need to reiterate, please don't ever enlist in the military.
Yeah.
There's
I
nothing
appreciate
wrong-
the people that do, but
Right.
myself, I would hate it. Not only that, but boot camp. Like, just boot camp. Boot camp's fine, not the worst part. The worst part's actually being employed. I wonder if you can get copyright, like infringement, on YouTube if you just sing a bad song like really badly and partially like. I left my cake out in the rain.
Umbrella, la, la, la.
Ella.
Ella, Ella, Ella.
Hey. That's what it sounds like when you get the stroke, I guess.
Brings a whole new term to misheard lyrics.
You sing karaoke and the CD skips.
That's good.
Okay, I'm tired of this stuff. I've been on this stuff for like 20 minutes now. Okay. Yeah, There's no way I'm airing this stream on anybody that's gonna watch it. Oh, people can't even see me.
Right, here. Oh, you gonna move down?
I have to have the laptop closer to me, so. The microphone's actually on the camera. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think this manual is worth having, other than reference.
Just as reference.
There we go.
How good does the microphone pick up?
What?
How good does the microphone pick up?
You probably hear us eating popcorn.
Absolutely going at it like a cow.
Yeah. No. We are cow cows.
That is true. The beautiful bovines. And I have more popcorn if you want.
I think of a cake race. You are my firework. I don't know. Is that how that goes? Firework? Something.
You're gonna make me look it up now.
Something about fireworks. I don't understand it either. They don't tell you if it's supposed to be smooth on one side.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? To start again? Do you ever feel?
Does it have the inflection too?
No, I'm just. I'll read it like I do a nighttime story. If that's all right with you.
I don't know how much of the lyrics we can actually see on YouTube before they.
Okay, they
Yeah,
go.
let's-
Wah.
No YouTube for you.
Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make him go, ah, ah, ah. You're going to leave him in awe, awe, awe.
I think I know what this song is about.
I think so too. I'm gonna sneak another piece of candy because these were actually pretty good.
Good. So I probably won't eat
Hmm?
them. So I probably won't eat them. I don't know, like candy to me, it's like candy's my last resort. If I can't get greasy burger or basically any other food of nourishment,
Mhm.
I'll resort to candy. And that, unfortunately, is what Parks Pantry has done to me. Because at work, obviously I ran out of your Sam's Club supplies a long time ago, but those Red Bulls at least lasted me the first week of, and then the first month or two, and then I bought 2 cases of Walls energy drink, and that lasted me at least a month or two, about a month and a half. for like a case.
Well, let me
I
know.
was having like 2 a day, which that level of caffeine is probably really bad for you.
Making those burrito bowls are
Yeah.
insanely easy.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, those burrito
initially
bowls
it's
are good.
time consuming.
The only thing I didn't like, sometimes the meat didn't feel like it didn't taste like it was cooked, or like it wasn't always chicken.
Well, there is a way. I know that El Rancho sometimes has their chicken breasts for 49 cents a pound. And unfortunately, you've got to get there early in the morning when they do that.
Like the chicken breast.
Yes. So what you do is you put it in a crock pot, put your seasonings in it, cook it all, cook it for like 4 to 5 hours. If you're going to do it on high, do it on low. You can do it up to 6 to 8 hours. Take a mixer and blend it in there, and it shreds it perfectly. And so you know exactly what's in there. You know exactly the chicken breast. You've got all the spices. And that might be the way to do it. If my kitchen was bigger and cleaner, that would be the way to go. You could just make it and say, hey, come on over. We'll make burrito bowls, bring your bowls.
Yeah, in that case, I would tell you to come over, but you would find that we have nothing, and it's a tiny kitchen.
Yes. My kitchen is almost as big as your kitchen.
Yeah,
And I live in a
I
house.
know.
That's sad.
I think Farmer's Branch just gave up on kitchens.
Well, actually, the lady who had the house, her father and husband helped build that house. And it's like in the 60s, it's like 62.
That's probably in the 60s, nobody cooked.
And exactly, it was a mid-century modern. It was all, she admitted, I actually met her, she admitted, she goes, I never cooked. We always bought out. And all I kept thinking is, that must be really nice.
Yeah, I do, but that's why most of my paychecks are catching up with bills and buying food and makerspace projects.
You got your priorities.
Yeah.
Anything else I can help with?
I'm wondering how long I'm gonna do this stream.
Okay.
I might do this in multiple parts, which
Okay.
sounds like the better way to do it. The problem with doing this kit here is that I just need to put stuff.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna have to put all these boxes like the project storage shelf, but I'm running out of space there too. I need a project bin. Like an IKEA bin.
Not this Tuesday, next Tuesday I can do that. I can go to IKEA.
No, I'll need it tonight, but I'm gonna look around. If not, I will.
You can put it in my bin. Okay, no, my bin's got cloth.
Well, then
I'll empty it.
I need a big bin, like the big IKEA bins,
Mm.
which I have one, but I have other stuff in there. What I really need is an IKEA shelf.
These are good.
I need an IKEA shelf.
That might work.
I need an IKEA shelf that like I'm gonna modify to be my 3D printer shelf. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna take pieces of acrylic and basically box it in to be an enclosure. So it'll keep the heat in. And yeah. Okay. Step 4. Assemble the y-axis stage rear. Like white.
It's cream.
Like cream or like candy cream? I can't tell.
It's a little of both.
Weird. Doesn't make anything work. It does have a cream flavor to it. It's weird.
It's really good. I'm gonna look to see where I can get these because these are really good.
Probably directly from Spain. It's Haribo, so.
Mhm.
So in the other kit that I'm seeing there, they had a full-size bag of gummy bears that they got with their kit. So I think they just get a bunch of random stuff from Haribo. Apparently from different countries, because there's like a German version and like a Czech version. And
Mhm. See, candies like this you can get at there's particular stores. So you got the one in, I think it's North Richardson. It's the Black Forest Market. And they do exclusively like German, Hungarian, Ukraine kind of specialized foods.
Interesting.
They've also got a cute little restaurant in there.
So I'm not a fan of further rods for this kind of thing. The original Prusa Mendel, it was these threaded bars, but they made a triangle, like a triangle shape. So the whole printer was made up of these. The whole printer was made up of these bars and a bunch of bolts, and then 3D printed like corner pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what I was going to build before I did the MakerBot cupcake. Looking back on it, I probably should have built that instead of MakerBot. It really has a different sound to it when stuff happens to it. It has a very plasticky sound to it. Much why the ukulele kind of has a bright sound to it because it's PLA plastic. I bet different plastics sound different.
I think so too.
This is actually the fun part. The not fun part is calibrating.
Holy smokes.
What?
There is a 5-pound bag of gummy bears for $10 on Amazon.
Oh, I think that the
And I
sugar-free
can
one,
get the same day shipping.
are they sugar-free?
No.
Okay. Have you read the reviews for the sugar-free ones? Yeah,
That sounds scary.
you should. It's good. Apparently, I would not wish sugar-free gummy bears on my worst enemy. Or maybe I would. I've thought about just leaving sugar-free gummy bears in the lobby and not like label them.
Oh, you're evil. You are so very evil.
And then lock the bathroom. Yeah, I'm the worst kind of person. I'd be one of those people that like would sign the bathroom checkoff sheet and in public places and then just would not actually work there. I don't know. They probably still don't care.
Yeah,
the employees probably don't even check the bathrooms when they're there.
Yeah, only when somebody complains.
Yeah.
Found it. And found where I can order it.
With the sugar-free ones?
No,
Oh,
these.
this. Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Where can you order it?
Amazon. But it's only in, I'd have to order it from.
So is it Frescabola? Is that like just like strawberry bowl? Or is
It's like a strawberry cream, I guess. I know where I've seen these. I've seen these over at El Rancho and what's the other store? Fiesta.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spanish grocery stores.
It explains a lot.
Poker face, poker face.
Yeah, it's like a strawberry cream. Apparently, they're very light on calories too, which is probably a good thing for me.
Yeah, I can't wait for my Soylent to come. I ordered, I'm subscribing to powdered Soylent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna do that for lunch, probably. Lunch and breakfast. Breakfast is in the afternoon.
Do you like oatmeal?
Yeah, kinda. I'll eat it.
Have you tried overnight oatmeal?
Probably not.
Oh my gosh. I made some, and Ashley was like, "What is that?" And I was like, "It's overnight oatmeal." And she's like, acting like I was just trying to kill her with
Like that.
having it.
I mean, all I know about oatmeal is the Quaker,
Yeah, you can use
brown
that.
sugar type one.
Oh, the stuff that you add water. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got some in my bag.
That stuff, it tastes like, depending on the consistency, I like the mushy consistency instead of like the watery consistency.
I like
It's supposed to be mushy, but if
I
you
like
do
it thicker than thick.
Yeah, I like it thicker. Yeah.
So overnight oatmeal is
But basically, the Soylent stuff that Darcy made tastes like that. Tastes like the thin dough oatmeal. It's pretty gross.
yeah.
Because she actually added grains to it, like whole grains, instead of just like ground up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Soylent is a grain. I don't think it's a soy-based protein.
Mm-hmm.
The one I had in the bottle tasted like rice milk, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, they can't see the face. It's
No.
very bad, awful
It's-
face.
Yeah. It's not bad. I mean, once you get used to it, it's just bland, and then you're like, hey, I want to eat a burger. So you eat a burger, but at least the first parts of your day, you only have 800 calories instead of 1,200 calories just for lunch.
Yeah. Per meal.
Yeah, like in my case, 1,200 calories is probably like what I should have in a day. Or 1,600. I figured out that 1,600 would make me lose weight. My goal is to lose weight and then just maintain it. So but also the main goal of Soylent is to not have to prepare food, but also eat during lunch. And having a 30-minute lunch preparing food is impossible.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, when it takes 10 minutes of your time
Yeah.
to cook your food
Yeah.
and then 20 minutes to eat it,
Yeah.
you have no time for anything else.
Yeah. And sandwiches will get boring really quick. I'd rather drink Soylent than sandwiches.
Well, overnight oatmeal, you can make like s'mores.
Yeah.
What is it? Banana walnut, cinnamon toast. It's just, if you can think it, you can create it.
So good.
And it's equal parts.
Can I make vodka oatmeal?
You can actually.
Yeah. That'd be good for work.
That's so good.
No, Kahlua oatmeal, that would be good.
That is over the top amazing. I've done that one.
What, Kahlua and oatmeal?
Yes.
I have to try that.
I used cashew milk with Kahlua, and then the trick is chia seeds because they swell up, and it doesn't. You think that it tastes slimy because when you feel it, it's like, eh, but it doesn't. It's actually got kind of a nutty. It's like peanuts.
Yeah.
Without the peanut flavor.
Chia seeds, like they would be on a chia pet?
Yeah. Same thing. Instead of growing them to do the chia, it's they swell up and turn into what looks like fish eggs or frog eggs.
Sounds like something those would do.
Yes, probably. I miss him. I miss him and Hope.
Yeah. Yeah, I had video conference with him today. Multiple times. Well, once, but it was a video conference about a telepresence robot. So we're gonna do this telepresence thing, but we were like pointing out all the problems with the stream while he was on the stream. It's like, we can't hear you clearly. Like the speaker and the microphone have to be better for this to work. And being able to move the camera to see people. And I think like most of the problems with video conferencing is you still like you see body language, but you're not there. Like the main thing I don't like about the times I've used it on this TV is that you have one like overpowering person on the screen, or you have side conversations, and then you want to give the person on the screen the opportunity to speak, but you can definitely overpower. So if you have it where it's one telepresence robot that can like face you, then you have one-on-one conversations with the person while other people are doing conversations. Speakers there, so you can pay attention to that person.
Right.
I think that's the idea. It's like a remote control, like tablet, basically.
Sounds actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and we're gonna do this in 10 weeks and have 4 classes based on it. So based off of what we find. So it's a science class. It's pretty cool.
Science.
Science. Or like walking commercials. You know what you should do? You should come to our Thursday night podcast.
What time is that?
Thursday. After like usually 11, 12.
If I get off at midnight, how am I going to be able to attend that?
We can do it after midnight. Come to space. I think it's right now. It's just Patrick and Axie and myself.
Oh.
I think Axie's husband was supposed to go. Was to do the last one. I don't think we ever did.
Throwback Thursday from Ashley. And Haley's in the background, and I think that's
the old art room at the old space. The old art room was really cool. I missed that. It says ensure the correct orientation of the Y motor holder. Y motor holder is exactly like it shows in the picture. I don't know if this is the wrong orientation or this is. I don't think it really matters. The finished assembly looks kind of like the one on the box PC on the bottom. It's these threaded rods. Well, behind this LCD panel, it's these threaded things right here.
Nice.
They clamp onto this metal plate. So this is a metal plate, and then it clamps on there.
Very cool.
And then there's like an LCD panel with a 3D printed part that clamps onto the bars in the front. So everything's zip tied together. Everything's zip tied and like screwed on, and it's kind of really hackerish. Like it's not precisely engineered. It's precisely engineered. Like they engineered a lot of this kit, but it's still using the roots of RepRap, which was to make everything with affordable hardware. The original kits were screw rods, like I said, A-frame. The original one was a super concoction of like acrylic laser cut parts and screw rods that were making like, it was a box, but it used like cross braces.
I think I've seen those.
Yeah, and it was really like janky, and they, instead of belts, because they couldn't get belts, they used pull chain. Like
I have seen those.
Yeah, pull chain, yeah. Yeah, that was back in 2005, I think, or 2006. That was.
That's just madness.
And so in 2008, 2009, when our school got a 3D printer, and I was reading Make magazine at the time, and MakerBot came out with their kit, and I knew about the Prusa kits. I knew about the original RepRap kits. So it was all around the same time, like 2008, 2009, that it started to get popular, and then I got my income tax money, and I was moving back to Texas, and I got a MakerBot got it sent to my mom's house, and then I built it that summer, 2010, I think. It was 2000. Yeah, it's 2010 that I got it. So 2009 I was in college, and then 2010 before beginning of 2010 is when I moved back. I keep forgetting. I have my resume, and I keep forgetting like what days I went where. So I don't remember anything about dates.
So where in Arizona were you?
Tempe.
Okay. You were up north.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chandler. I lived closer to Chandler when it was on Baseline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom lives in Tucson and
In the little Guadalupe area.
yeah.
Chandler's really nice. Mesa's really nice. I like that area. I really like that area. But I think I'd have a harder time getting a good job.
Yeah, it's kind of scary out there.
It's not too bad, but at least from my perspective, it wasn't too bad. But I was in I might have been in a nicer part. I don't know. Phoenix though is kind of bad. Yeah. To everybody who might be watching this, Phoenix is a great place.
Yay! Well, I know job-wise, it was really hard for me because I don't speak Spanish.
Oh yeah.
And oh my gosh, there was one year.
Yeah, I remember everything was bilingual when I was there.
One year.
Speaking of Spanish, Frescaballa by Haribo.
Yum.
That cream is
It's actually kind of good. It's addicting.
yeah.
You don't realize how addicting it is
It's
until
like eating a whole. This is like eating a whole row of Oreos in one sitting.
Yes, that is it. Strawberry Oreos.
Really?
They're kind of chewy.
Yeah.
That's what the cream kind of reminds me of. It's like a strawberry cream.
It's so weird. It's like a gummy texture that tastes like cream filling. Wait.
Sorry, I was meandering and
No,
just did that.
not really concentrating on this either. It's just a printer kit, that I'm going to be using nonstop. I don't know, my other printers are kind of collecting dust. So that's why I want to get an IKEA shelf, deck it out. I got the Raspberry Pis, so I can control. I'm basically going to have like a small version of what I have in 3D Fab. The two printers on this table
Right.
that are connected to the internet.
Right.
With webcams, so I actually will be able to watch them while I'm at work. So I'll start a print, go to work, come back. Problem with printing is like, for me, I don't usually, I get tired of printing toys, or I just throw away the parts after I'm done. Or what I'll probably do is print stuff that I see it's cool, and then print it to sell it. So I'll be the one selling it. There's a lot of licensing issues with selling parts, because people put their own like non-commercial license. So I respect people's licenses.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah. Like new Coca-Cola bottles, I didn't think about it, but I went back and checked to see if to put a non-commercial license on it. I didn't. But I gave them attribution in the somewhere, one of the posts. Usually it's attribution, like Creative Commons attribution, so like it's available for anybody to use and modify. But if you modify, you gotta attribute the original design to the original creator.
Well, that makes sense.
This design is Creative Commons, so like I wouldn't use this guy's source code, build my own kit, sell it, and then like not use its name, or say, hey, this is a Prusa i3. There's a lot of Chinese kit manufacturers that are using Prusa i3 name, the Prusa i3 name, That's why this one says original Prusa 3.
Right.
Because he's trying to differentiate himself from the Chinese clones of his own printer.
That's sad.
He is the original designer of the kit.
Right. Whoa!
Well, watch out.
All I wanted to do was sit back.
Yeah, these chairs do that. These are the ones from Luke's office.
Ah, okay. Yeah, this one will have me with. I just no. Okay. It is almost 2 in the morning. Woohoo!
You excited about that?
Well, it just means that it's almost my bedtime.
Bedtimes. Bedtimes are for people that sleep.
That's right.
I wish I didn't have to sleep. That would be amazing. I'd get so much done. Or maybe I wouldn't. I would not get much done if I was awake 24 hours a day. I would have to I would almost be bored. I'd have to just sit there and wait for the first person to go. I'd have to have 2 different lives. I'd have to basically just have my night life and then my morning life. Because while normal people are sleeping, I'd still be awake and just okay, good morning. And then,
Well, it depends. It's being awake. Would you have energy, or would you
that's
just?
what I mean.
Be
If
awake?
I was like, this is a horrible idea, but Edward from Twilight.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that I even actually know much about it.
Yeah, I actually read all the books.
Okay. Yeah, so he never slept. He just
Yeah, none of them slept.
Creepily watched Bella
Sleep.
Yeah. I'm a vampire. She's like, I still love you. I'm like, okay, this is not a good decision. You should not love me. And then they're like, okay, sure, I'll put a baby in you.
Oh.
And then there's a vampire, half baby, vampire, half human.
Yeah.
And then it ends up being, I don't know, I'm making up the story as I go, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's half werewolf, half werewolf, and then
Well, the werewolf, the
werewolf.
the werewolf. I can't even say it because my mouth is just going. No, we're done. He followed. Well, they bond. The baby and the werewolf bond. And
Are they friends or they're not friends? He gets all jealous of Edward, or they're enemies, right? The vampires. I mean, I'm confusing Underworld with Twilight, and they're completely different series.
they didn't really. They weren't competing for the same food source, so that wasn't a problem. It's
But
just
Bella,
that they were. Yeah, it's just that Bella was the object of, or she had an affection for the vampire, and the werewolf had an affection for her. But then when she had her baby, the werewolf was going, "No, this is what we were after," and.
Did they want to eat the baby for food?
No, it was just bonding, like dogs bond with people. That's really bad, but.
See, that's why people have that meme about it's still a better story than Twilight.
I'm watching you!
Are you watching me watching you watch you? See, that's why people have that meme about it's still a better story than Twilight.
I'm watching you!
Oh god, it's gonna be
watching you, watch you. See,
that's why people have that meme. Now we're gonna have an infinite loop. Oh man.
I had to pause it.
Yeah. That's
I sound like a guy. Good lord.
Oh.
That's funny.
Karen's definitely female. I can attest to this.
Well,
I'm just saying,
I did give birth to a child.
Yeah,
so yes.
as far as I know.
No, there's no.
Unless Bill is trans too, I don't know. Maybe.
No, he's definitely all guy.
That's cool.
Yep.
As far as I know, I am too, but that could be debated.
I'm gonna make tea for myself.
If you're gonna make tea, I would appreciate. There's a coffee machine.
Would you like me to make coffee?
I would like to make myself. Have you make me coffee? I would very much appreciate it. Yes.
Okay.
That's how this prayer is going together.
Okay.
So starting at midnight is a bad idea.
Yes.
And
But it's funny.
having a 2-hour live stream, that hour 45 minutes live stream, that is still on the 5th step of the first part.
Yes.
So I am definitely stopping tonight by probably around 3 or 4.
Okay.
But I would appreciate coffee.
Okay.
Thanks for keeping me company, because live streams are kind of boring, especially the people watching them that aren't hearing our wonderful conversations. I'm trying not to make them out of context either, because we could just talk about friends and
Yes.
inside jokes, and then nobody would get it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll be right back.
Okay, so the y-axis front. The front is going to be the idler stage, like this. As you can see, I make the nut flush to the other thing, just because. I'm gonna screw these in more, so this goes in here. Now I kind of see the charm in doing it this way. It is pretty sturdy. Like, these bars are definitely sturdy. I'm sure they're a lot cheaper to produce than aluminum extrusions. Because aluminum extrusions have this problem too, where you have to put everything in the right order when you're assembling, or else it's like impossible to get stuff. You have to take it all apart and do it again. So you have to put a bunch of T-nuts and stuff. The other rod's pretty simple. Nope, this is the wrong direction. Oh my god. Orientation definitely matters. Watch your orientations. Insert y-axis front and back and x-axis side elements and lock them with washers and nuts like in the picture. Ensure the correct placement. Y-axis rear stage has to be closer to the double nut. Yes. Yes, okay, got that. It is incredibly important that the axis is perfectly rectangular at this stage of the construction. All rods need to be perfectly straight and level. If not, you'll have trouble calibrating later on. So I'm assuming based on the table flatness. But I know it has to do with it being against the metal plate. So, and also the back nut being 100 millimeters is important. Because it has to be, you're using the frame as a guide for making it square. So I think they want it to be square in both X and Y, this plane, and they want it to be square this way, and Z, X, Y, and Z square, because that's going to affect your printer square. I also don't want to have the software have to compensate too much for, I don't want to have software compensate for my lack of this being square. As much as I like the software calibration, like, there still has to be some artifacts in the print from that, generated from the compensation, in terms of like stepping, because if you have microstepping has to, it's still gonna have to accelerate and deaccelerate. So if you're compensating for it, it's gonna, like, the z-axis is still going up and down with microsteps. That means you're having like slight steps in your prints, as far as I can tell. But really, like the printer bot that has auto calibration, printer bot Simple Metal, I have not seen any problems with that. Your 90% of your problems are the extruders. As far as from my experience with printers, like the hot ends are like the worst part of printing, like the 3D printers, because you don't get consistent. You get jamming. You don't get consistent extrusion widths. Like your filament is the wrong size, or not consistent. Your flow rate, you gotta really adjust your flow rate. Extruder, calibration. The XY gantry is pretty easy, in my opinion, compared to the rest of the printer. The actual print head is the hardest part. This orange is kind of growing on me though. It's kind of nice looking. I think I'm gonna either design, if they haven't already, I want to try to make some things from Stranger Things on Netflix. I don't know if I'll do the title sequence, like that would be cool to print, or like with different colors, because you can pause mid-print and change color, and you can print like the logo or the font. That would be kind of cool, or some part of the show. I just started watching it, but I just like the aesthetics from it, and the music. The music's amazing. I really want to, I kind of want to get into synth music, like especially chiptunes. I would love to make chiptune music, but I have no musical talent besides drumming. I would love to do. One of my projects I want to do is 3D printing drums. Yeah, I think that would be amazing. But I'm thinking of, instead of 3D printing acoustic drums like I wanted to, because I don't think the sound's going to sound that good, I'm going to just 3D print triggers, because now I figured out how easy it is to read piezo elements. I can make my own drum trigger, And they actually sell MIDI devices, MIDI drum trigger kits that you can assemble, and then you take it to a MIDI device, which can be your computer, and then they have drum software that has drum samples that react to your MIDI input. So I wanted to build one a long time ago, and then I ended up just buying a Roland electronic drum kit. It didn't have the same sound or feel as acoustic, so I ended up buying an acoustic after I sold that one. But I think if I was able to 3D print my own, I would do it with a mesh kit, or like a mesh drum head, so it felt a little bit better. I can even print the hardware, like print the connector pieces for it, make my own. It would be so cool. So maybe I'll 3D print my entire electric drum set from scratch. That would be cool. I want to explore more with portable music. So like I printed the 3D printed ukulele in PLA, which works, and I have this little portable amp now. And I still need to learn how to play ukulele, but it would be cool if I had like drums like quads that sounded good that I can carry around with me and play, and then just like on a backpack, like a sling. I don't know. Sounds like a cool idea. But I have 50,000 projects. This is one of them. All my other projects are usually way more complicated. That's why I try not to 3D print stuff on Thingiverse, because it's like, why do I waste my time on this one project that everybody else did when I can design my own stuff and print? Put this in on order. Orientation. Okay, this is going to be near this. So this is backwards. I love how tightly these parts fit together with the rods. That just, it blows my mind every time. Because I realize that they probably they designed in tolerances. I'm sure that this isn't exactly 8 millimeters. And I don't think the design is exactly 8 millimeters. Because if it was exactly 8 millimeters, no matter how they printed it, it would be too tight. I have not had a printer that has had correct hole tolerances based off the CAD models. There's always about 0.1, 0.2 millimeters offset. I don't know if these are level or not, but I'm trying to make it as square as possible. This end stop part has to be this end stop has to be level with the idler, from what I can tell. Oh, here we go. Helps if you look at the pictures. Yeah, I'm gonna reprint. I'm gonna reprint these instructions with the high resolution images because we have a copy machine. I'll just pay for it being because I hate to have PDF instructions and then not being able to follow them because the images are so small. It is kind of exciting though. I've looked at the Prusa kits. I wasn't super impressed. Like I wanted to build one, a Prusa i3 kit. Actually, I wanted to build just a Prusa i3, like from source. I went with the Mendel 90 because recommendations from other friends, mainly because of the ribbon cable design is really cool. The using a ribbon cable for X and Y axes, and Z, X, Y, Z axis. Well, X, Y axis. The rest is kind of hardwired, but he designed the zip tie points in the sheets. And so instead of using one metal frame, which is cool, and now that we have a CNC plasma cutter, we should be able to. I should be able to make my own plates. I honestly am thinking that I could make a Prusa kit, but I want to design my own if I'm going to make my own 3D printer kit. I have some philosophies about how I do it differently. I would try to use threaded inserts more. I also would probably go with a somewhat of a core XY design, and then maybe I don't know. I want to go with a delta design, but I don't want to use a delta kinematics. I also want like a moving XY platform and like a static Z. So the Z is the XY moving up and down instead of the platform. That way I can do a heated plate that's actually solid. I don't really like the idea of a moving plate because it's just unnecessary weight. I kind of really like the M3D design. Like if I usually make something that looks like an M3D, basically just a mono shell, basically a box, but the box that's open where the XY gantry moves up and down, and then uses keyed shafts from a base motor, and those keyed shafts actually control the X and Y. And then the Z is actually two other threaded rods that move up and down. And I would use those Acme thread ones. Anyway. 3D printer design. It's a lost art. Oh god. Oops. I farted on the live stream. That's cool. I am definitely going to have the most unconventional YouTube live stream for 3D printers ever. Again, if anybody's watching this, I don't know if anybody's watching this. Like all my videos, I'll probably have maybe 30 views, which is fine. If somebody finds this useful, that's all I care about. If one person finds this one person finds this as a useful video, I think my job here is done. But everybody seems to be reviewing Prusa i3 MK2 kits, so hopefully I'll do a better or a very big comparable video to Tom's videos. Tom has a much better setup than I do, though. Tom Sandlander. There's two ERs. but I'm sure he says it differently because obviously native German. I am like third generation German in some way. Somebody in my family is German. So Czechoslovakia, I'm gonna sound stupid here, but I think it's near Germany and it's near Russia. So I'm assuming it has kind of influences of both Germany and Russia. That's my thought. I have no history. It's been a long time. Maybe I should 3D print a geography map so I know where all the parts of Europe are. I am definitely a fan of Joseph Prusa. He is, just from building this kit, I have a lot of respect for him. Unfortunately, I was at Maker Faire when he was there, and I missed him. I don't know. I didn't even know he was going to be there. I saw the Prusa i3 MK2. I saw this kit at Maker Faire, the Bay Area Maker Faire, and that was exactly when it was released. Was in May. So. Okay, there's 2 extra nuts. I'm not sure where those go to. But I could probably read the instructions. Find out. So far, this seems pretty square to me. Really solid too. I don't like the idlers being like that, but like the idler, I would think you would want floating so that the belt tension can hold the tension, not the side arms. Check it. And check it versus the finger tight everything. I'm gonna check 100 millimeters. Exactly. Come in.
How do you take your coffee?
Sugar and cream's good. If you don't have cream, whatever the creamer is, that'll be okay.
How many sugars, how many creams?
1 of each?
Okay.
Is that a unit?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Karen is pretty awesome. Karen got us started. She got a lot of our supplies for our apartment when we first moved in. just say hi. The Philbot. Oh, I think you're subscribed to me. Cool. Yeah, so what I'm going to use my 3D printer for, I don't know. Right now it's an educational tool for me. Oh, it has. Oh wow. What kind of creamer? Is that creamer? What is
That's
it?
the powdered creamer.
Wow. It's like almost like chocolate, like hot cocoa.
That's when you make coffee properly.
Yeah. Why do you not make coffee properly?
When it's colored water.
Oh, yeah, so this is the MK2, the original Prusa i3 MK2. I'm just going to call it the Prusa i3 or the MK2. Probably just MK2. Because everybody knows these printers know what it is. I'm actually on the Facebook group as well.
Yay!
Build size. Some weird measurement. I will give you the metric amount because I want to know. I mean, I Google search it, but I should know this offhand. It's basically 9 by 8 by 8, but it's slightly bigger than that. What's cool about this, instead of just being 9 by 8 by 8, is it's actually going to be able to print the entire surface of the bed. So it's actually 25 centimeters by 21 centimeters by 20 centimeters. So 250 millimeters, which is actually great because my Mendel 90 is only 200 by 200 by 200. And actually the printable area is more like 180 on each axis. It is printable off the glass. The glass, it's actually it prints off the glass, but you're not gonna be able to stick parts to it. So this actually will let you stick parts all the way on there. So yeah, metric for me too. I am totally metric. Yeah. So again, I have a chat, by the way. So who I'm talking to. The Philbot. Hi, Philbot. Oh, how much is it? It was the kit's $700. It was $75 for shipping. I use PayPal because I can't afford it right now. But my goal is to pay this printer off with the parts that I print on it. So Philbot said hello. This is my friend Karen. She's off camera.
I'm waving, but you can't see me.
Yeah. She got me coffee, and she is amazing.
I reflect that which is.
And she made coffee that actually tastes good. Like, that is a goal of mine. I tried using an espresso maker, and I don't know how to use an espresso maker, apparently. And I talk to coffee snobs, and they go over my head with coffee talk. Like, well, technically you should have, like, the best beans from the, part of
The rainforest.
Yeah,
that
the
is not
rainforest.
accessible
Yeah.
from the droppings of a meerkat and beef and
Coffee snobs. Okay, I'm on step 7, preparing the Y stage, at Y-axis stage. If you want to follow along, there's an assembly guide. I'm on step 7. So I will be breaking out. Da-da-da-da. Zelda theme music for anybody that doesn't know. I will be printing Ocarina of Time models. That's what I'm going to be doing with this printer. As I play Ocarina of Time. No, actually, I thought about this. I can make a portable N64. There's actually a friend of mine that is actually he reverse engineered a Wii, and he's able to make a Wii portable that's this big, like this big, this thick, and that's probably the first thing I'm going to do is print him a case, because he's asked me about printing a case for him, and I would love to have a Wii portable, mainly because I want to play virtual console games, and N64 games are not really good with emulators from what I can tell, so I'd like to do that as well. I also have what I'm going to call bright ass orange. It's really bright. These parts are brighter, more fluorescent than they look on camera. This camera actually is really low contrast. This is the plastic that they gave me.
This is cross the highway fluorescent orange.
Yeah, you will see this, like, if I escape from prison with this filament, you would be able to find me. I don't know why I'd be escaping prison with filament, but see, if they had a printer in a prison, I'd be printing like shivs and, you know. Hey, come in.
How's it going?
Good. I'm live streaming. This is Chris. He is gonna go to the moon, and that's all I'm gonna say. He's gonna go to the moon. I don't know where you are on camera, and this is a really slow delay.
So, this is the Kinect's 3D printer?
Yeah, yeah. It works just like Kinect's. And then your little brother like breaks it, and then you don't have the instruction manual. I don't have experience with this because I don't have a little brother, but I know about siblings and construction kits. I feel bad because I had a friend that I took apart his Legos because I used to just take apart Legos and make other things with them that weren't in the kit, and then. But he built these kits, and I took them apart, and he didn't have the instructions, and he was really upset with me.
I bet.
So I think 20 years later, I need to buy him a Lego kit.
I get coupons.
For Legos?
Yes.
They never go on sale. They do
get
buy at Toys R Us, but
Yeah, that's where you, yeah. But no, I made the mistake of helping, well, it's not a mistake, I actually did it because she's worth it. Helped out my daughter's godmother with trips to Legoland, and now I
Legoland.
constantly get coupons
oh, that's awesome.
for kits and stuff like that.
Have you been to the Lego store?
I have not.
The Lego store is really cool.
I
Somebody online said, Chris. Hi, Chris.
Oh, well,
Chris.
hello. Person online.
Yes, person online. I am in Dallas, Texas. If you want to,
Hello,
if you want to find me. I'm sure you gave him nightmares for now.
If that was not the creepiest thing you've experienced this week, call your doctor immediately.
Yes. That looks so funny on camera. So there is about like a 10-second delay, I think. Anyway, have fun. Yeah. But yeah, Dallas, Texas. Actually, I'm at the Dallas Makerspace. If you want to come find me and rob me, I will tell you exactly where I live. I'm just kidding.
You don't have anything to steal. That's
yeah,
so sad.
well, they're gonna steal my 3D printer, and then I'll be sad. Not the first time that's probably happened. No, that's fine. I will help you build a printer, but just don't steal mine. And I'll do that for free. Oh, Colorado. Cool. Yeah, it is 2 a.m. and I just started at midnight, and it's been 2 hours of just BSing. Colorado.
Where would this be? Because I found it some other way.
What is
The
channel? I did it through Facebook. I shared it on Facebook. My glasses. Oh, so these are Zenni Optical. They're about $20 for the frames, and I think $20 for lenses, and then I had some coatings. But they're basically they're acrylite or something, like they're They're transparent blue. If you look at them through the light, and they're really big. And I bought them because I have a really big head, and it would be cool if I like actually could fit in my glasses. So, because it was pressing against my temple. So have you visited the Wellspot store or their print place where they build the Wellspots? Because if I go to Colorado next time, I'm probably gonna go tour their facility because they have like 150 printers. And I actually applied to work at Wellspot. I was gonna move to Colorado just to work there, but they never hired me or called me back, which I'm sad about. Yeah. Wellspot would have been a cool place to work. I work for another 3D printer company as well, but I don't do this full time because 3D printing does not make money.
Not yet.
Yeah, you should totally apply to get a job there. Like, be a printer technician. Learn a lot about printers. Like, convince them. Just show up and be like, hire me. They were hiring. I have a friend that lives in Colorado. He's actually on the BattleBots team right now. And he told me about the Wellspot job. So, yeah. Yeah, no, the Wellspot place, like, they have open source, like, to a T. Like, everything is available. Bill of materials, all their parts. Like, you could definitely make your own TAS printer without, like, any objections, I'm sure. If you probably use their name though, I think that's the trick with open source hardware, is I think that they don't want you like selling it as an official kit from TAS or like Prusa. Like, I'm not going to sell this as the original Prusa IK3 MK2 and then like sell it, but I actually make the kit. I don't see any point in that. Oh, okay. So you're probably in high school. That's cool. You should 3D print yourself a car. Start 3D printing your car now, and then in 2 years, when you start driving, 3D printer technology will catch up, and then you'll be able to print the engine and the transmission. There already is a 3D printed transmission and engine, but they're just models. They're not actual working ones. But electric vehicles are more practical now. You could actually put your own electric engine. I went to Maker Faire in Bay Area. That's where I met. You would know the 3D printing nerd, Joel, and your Robo. I met Joel. Joel telling he was the 3D printing nerd. He is a really cool guy, and I also met a lot of people. I met a lot of people that I probably know through maker channels. I know my friend who's a robot designer and a product designer up in Seattle now, and I also met who's the guy from Tested? I forgot his name. But I met the guy from Tested, and I saw Adam like live. It's really cool. Anyway, I wanted to meet Joseph Prusa though, so I will try. I'm trying to convince him. I emailed him and I'm trying to convince him to like show up on Skype for this 3D printer build class that I'm doing on October 8th and 9th. So maybe he'll show up. Again, he's in like the Czech Republic, so it's probably gonna be hard for him to like show up at 8 in the morning his time. Yeah, I really was inspired by Joel and Thomas Sandlander. Watch his like 13-hour stream about building this kit, and most of the time it's him like answering questions like I'm doing now. Yeah. I spend a lot of time on YouTube and a lot of time looking at 3D printing stuff. More than I should actually just like, doing things that would probably give me money. But that's the enjoyment of it, right?
That is true.
I'll be homeless and have a 3D printer. So I'll 3D print my home. I'll have a sign. I'm going to 3D print a sign that says, will work, or we'll work
print for food.
Yeah, we'll print for food. Oh God, the Eris. I spent at least a couple hours yesterday at our big open house event trying to get that Eris Delta working, and it's either too high, the PLA doesn't stick, the auto leveling doesn't keep level, the extruder prints way too hot. Well, it doesn't flow correctly unless it's printing at 220, which is too high. I don't know. And what's interesting is my friend, one of the members here at the Makerspace, they have an Eris as well. Maybe a few models after mine, or a few production models after mine, because I'm serial number 40. She used a PEI sheet that's stuck to the glass, and the PEI seems to stick really well with hairspray, and she doesn't seem to have any problems with that. So I think her settings using matter control seem to work. I've been using Simplify 3D, which I like, but it doesn't seem to like this printer. But nothing seems to like this printer. So I think what I need to do is just go full blast and just rebuild the hot end with an E3D extruder, use an auto leveling probe, manually calibrate it, figure out my own firmware, just like basically rebuild the printer. But I'm already building another Delta printer. That's friends that I sold him my Delta printer kit like 2 years ago, and then I learned a lot of cool things about Delta printers, and then I got it back from him, so I'm actually going to rebuild that. So right now, I have 5 3D printers that I'm working on, or 4 3D printers. Anyway, since you're the only one in this chat, tell me more about the Robo and your problems with the Robo. Because I've tried to help my friend with the Robo, and he put an E3D V5 on it. My stream is frozen.
No.
Can you check it on your thing?
Yes.
Okay. Oh wow, it's like a few minutes behind.
Let me bring it up. It's cycling. I hate to do this to you. I'm gonna have to go in a bit
Okay.
because I have to wake up early, take teen to school, and
At night.
Huh?
At night or in the morning?
in the morning.
Oh, and she does night classes.
Yes. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, she has night classes. So AP, it's to advance her.
Of course, if you and Azzy need rides and I'm not working, I'll give you rides.
Thank you.
Because now that I live close. When I was in Fort
Already
Worth,
told-
I can't give anybody rides.
I already told Ashley that I want to do a cooking lesson over there.
You know what? I would do a cooking lesson here as an official class so you can get the honorarium, but don't give out the food. I think that's Alex's constituent sense of that, is that we don't want to serve food to the public.
Right. Well, that would make sense because we
Yeah.
would need restaurant certification for that.
Yes, but I think you can cook here. You just need to cook here as a demo.
That's a good idea. It's not. It's stalled.
Oh, the stream stalled.
Yes.
Now he says, there we go. So I think I think OBS gave up for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
But
still not coming up on my end for you.
We'll watch until I think it's gonna start up. I think there's a big delay where it just would stop receiving data. I'm also running this off of Wi-Fi, so I think there's a lot of delay.
Right. A lot of noise.
Oh, cool. The R2, yeah. Yeah, the Robo is an interesting printer because it's kind of like the Eris and a lot of other printers now, where they're injection molding the parts, and everything on the printer is injection molded, so they can make them cheap. This is not injection molded. This is entirely printed and steel. Printed and have steel parts. Like injection molded parts are great, but like, why do that when you can have a print farm? No, I understand why you have injection molded parts, but I would like to make my own injection molded parts locally. Okay, next step.
Would you like more coffee?
I would, and I'm gonna go on the bathroom break. One viewer. So I guess the delay is caught up. I think there was a huge delay. I'll be back. And are you gonna leave too?
Yeah, I gotta
Okay.
get going.
Yeah, give me about 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll be back on the stream. Thank you, that one viewer.
You're awesome! Woohoo!
Not for this commercial break. And everybody. Okay, I'm back. You hacked my computer. It's okay. I might fall asleep as well. No, I won't. I have coffee. At least for 4 hours, I'll be awake. Now, for the coolest part of this whole printer. The heated build plate. Oh, 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 these are so good. Oh, that sound. Ow, that hurt. It's all the aluminum that's been powder coated. That is really cool. I am excited. This is definitely the nicest printer I think I'm gonna have. I definitely appreciate my Mendel 90 because my Mendel 90 is really well done too. But my Mendel 90 is using dye bond, which is a aluminum plastic sandwich, and not a 1/4 inch or 3/8 like thick steel plate. In metric, I think this is a 6mm and 8mm plate. I can definitely measure that for you on my cheap calipers. .75. So this metal plate is aluminum, so it's like super light. It even has Prusa right here. Actually, you know what's funny is I thought this was actually a through-hole link. I thought they actually put the logo, the name, all the way through. But then I realized if they put the whole thing all the way through, the P's and the R's and the A would have like no center point to the lettering. So it looks like they stamp it or they CNC machine it. I think they CNC machine it because these are really clean edges. In my case, I would just plasma cut this because we have a CNC plasma cutter. The other issue is these 3mm holes would have to be super precise, and I don't know how precise the CNC is when it turns to 3mm holes. I think I'm going to need a lot more space, so I'm going to clear out all this stuff. I'm going to keep all my tools together. All my used bags are going to go over here. All my y-axis parts. My 2 wrenches. Hex wrenches. What I don't like about those hex wrenches is they're not labeled and they don't have handles. I have a better set of hex wrenches, especially metric ones, but I don't have enough. I need to at least buy like a few sets of metric wrenches. Yeah, apparently I'm weird because I live in America and I like metric, and it's entirely 3D printing's fault. I don't think I ever did anything in metric before I started 3D printing, and now I can't do anything in inches and feet. I still don't know what an inch is. This is a centimeter. This is a millimeter. A meter is about the width of my arms. A kilometer is like 1/3 of a mile, 1/2 a mile, I would think. I don't know. Okay, it's CNC. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So what's interesting is like these calipers. These calipers do fractions of an inch, but the problem is you have to get it to like the nearest 64th or nearest like 122nd or something, like really really small, like fractional amounts, and then you're like, I don't know what that is. This is apparently 3/4 of an inch, which is 19.10 millimeters, which doesn't also make sense to me. So whatever. Let's use metric and then have everything that's an integer instead of decimals. That way your slicer and everything that does it, like I can understand you have fraction of a millimeter, and that's why you need a floating point number if you're gonna write like a slicer or something. You probably need like a single or a double. Um, I forgot what they call it. Basically, floating point calculations. But it's still gonna be metric. Like I don't think converting inches to metric would affect a slicer. But anyway. Okay, back to instructions. I honestly could talk about 3D printing for like all day. I have done it all day. This is my third. I had two 3D printing classes, and I've had 3 meetings since 11 this morning. So I've been going all day. Of course, the meetings are awesome because I'm talking about telepresence robots, trebuchets, and BattleBots. I'm actually applying for BattleBots. I'm also going to do a trebuchet build. We're going to build a giant floating arm trebuchet and compete it. And then we're also going to build we're building a BattleBot. I don't know if we're going to be on season 3 of BattleBots, but I will definitely be bringing my 3D printer and printing parts in the pits, which is really what got me into 3D printing, was being able to print robot parts for combat robots. So it's kind of an interesting thing. If you know Angus from Maker's Muse, he's in the combat robots as well, and I think he probably has the same background I do. So again, I'm kind of like a self-trained engineer, hobbyist. Like my dad taught me electronics and machining and all that stuff, and welding. I've learned TIG welding, all that stuff. And it wasn't until I grew up, had money, and a car that I found out about the makerspace, and I pretty much live at the makerspace now. I have an apartment down the street from the makerspace just because I'm at the makerspace so often that it was easier for me to live near the makerspace than it is to live near work, because I'm at the makerspace more than I'm at work during the week. But I do have a full-time job that is not fun, but it pays the bills. Oh, yeah, I will. I will definitely do that. Yeah. So BattleBots, I will say the Philbot. I'll write your name in Sharpie on one of the panels. How about that? That's how cool I am. I probably will forget about this conversation in a month. Okay. So this is kind of the critical part. Is what I'm getting, is that we basically want to make sure that. Oh God. Yeah, this is scary. Basically, we want to make sure that the Prusa logo is on the left side, and this black piece is on the right side. And then we're tightening the sides, so it looks like insert the y-axis stage into the frame as close to the y corners as possible. Oops. Adjust and tighten the M-night nuts, rotate the X-axis stage, and repeat. So basically, we got to make this as square as possible. Which means that I'm going to try to tighten the nuts. You know what? I'm running this off of one laptop, and the laptop fan is going like berserk. I've never really streamed with my laptop before, but now I know why people have a separate computer. Oh wow. I'm pretty sure this plate's not warped. I think my glasses have a distortion. Wow, that's kind of weird. Like it looks almost fisheye because of my glasses. I hate wearing glasses. I honestly want to get LASIK as soon as I can get the money. But I realized that my face would look weird. I would have a weird looking face if I didn't have glasses. Because I'm so used to everybody's so used to me wearing glasses that like they'd be like, "Who are you? I don't recognize you." After adjusting, the Y stage should cause minimum movement while inserting into the frame. Tighten. Tighten the M8 nuts gently, or you risk damaging 3D printed parts. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely gonna get this tight. This is kind of hard because from the picture it shows. It shows 2 wrenches. Tightening these parts. So I probably want to hold on to it with my armpit and yeah, knowing PLA parts, PLA is really brittle, and I do not want to damage PLA parts because I definitely can't reprint mine. I mean, I can reprint them, but like I don't want to damage them because it's going to take more time for me to print a replacement part than I'm willing to spend. Also, I'm not going to have the same color plastic. I'm assuming this is tight. I kind of wish I could listen to music, but YouTube copyright. Wow. So it goes in pretty easily. I think I tightened the nuts as much as I could. Yeah, there's a lot of delay, so if you're still watching this, there's a lot of delay, so if you're still watching this, like, you'll have to reference the question that you said, so I might not see it. I probably should Twitch stream the next one I do. I think Twitch is probably a better platform for streaming than YouTube. I only did this because YouTube will save this video, and then other people can watch this video if they want to. I'm hoping people will just skip through this video, though. At least skip to the important parts, like this one. I'll kind of show you what I'm doing. I'm basically holding it with my body as I tighten. I'm not even putting a lot of force. I'm just kind of hand tightening these. Like, till they just are snug, basically. So I saw the trailer for the new Top Gear. That's going to be on Amazon Video now. So that should be pretty interesting. This part's pretty awkward. I'm tightening it the wrong way. I don't know what the reference is, but as far as I can tell, okay, so that should be as square as I can get it. I ask myself that all the time. I'm still alive. I'm still here. Okay. Smooth runs. So the problem I have with smooth rods is they're all from China. And not that China doesn't make quality stuff, but like I honestly want to make my own smooth rods. If I could figure out a way to make my own smooth rods with like Harbor Freight equipment, I probably would. These are probably true, but knowing how bad LM8 UU bearings are, like linear actuator, linear guide systems, like there is no best solution, unfortunately. V groove bearings, ball bearings in aluminum channel might be the best solution for 3D printing, or high wind linear guide rails are probably good too. But I think for fast movement, the groove bearings might be good. But all my printers use hardened steel rods and ball bearings, except for the Aris. The Aris is the only weird one. It's kind of coasters, basically. It's not ideal, but it seems to work for that purpose. 330. Okay. So the mid rods. So these rods right here. These are technically 330. Which technically, you have 3 of these. A meter. Ish. That's about a meter. So maybe a little wider than I thought. I thought this was a meter. This is probably about a meter. Okay. Insert the 2 medium length rods, these, into the Y stage. Adjust and tighten the M10 nuts. After tightening the nuts, there shouldn't be any gap between the 8mm rods and the Y corners. Retain 100mm distance between the washer after the counter nut and the Y axis corner. So I should be able to put these in. They're not lubed. I think they give you lube to put in them, but I'm going to put my own silicone lubricant. So I'm going to adjust this front part. Perfect. As far as I know, these are pretty much ideal. So I'm going to tighten them where they are. A little bit of the rod sticking out the front. That's probably fine. It doesn't matter because it's going to be covered by the LCD anyway. And just to double check, 100mm. 0. This is why you don't buy Harbor Freight calipers. Don't buy Harbor Freight calipers. They are pretty bad. This one doesn't even want to 0 properly. Awesome. Okay. 100mm. That'd be cool. Digital calipers that would go to the number that you specify and then give you the exact length. That would be really cool. But I don't work in a machine shop, so I don't know. You also kind of have to eyeball how accurate these lengths are. And nothing looks straight to me because obviously I'm seeing in distortion, so like, well, let's do this. So as far as I can tell, that's 100 millimeters. And as far as Harbor Freight is concerned, this is 100 millimeters. So if this is screwed up, it's Harbor Freight's fault. These are probably better than Harbor Freight tools. I mean, they're definitely cast. Oh, they're drop forged. Huh. Neat. Yeah, you don't want to use cast tools because they will definitely snap on you. Actually, it would be so cool to be able to make my own forged dies and have a like a million-pound press that can like just forge my own parts. Oh man, I'd be forging stuff all day. Yeah, 3 feet. That is quite a delayed reaction, but it's not exactly 3 feet, I'm sure. It's probably 3.06 or something. Metric system. You know what I want to do is, first of all, at the makerspace, like, there's some of us that use metric, and I think a lot of us do. But then, like, there's a machine shop, and then they all have the machine shop and the wood shop. They all use imperial. So, like, I have like there's like 1 or 2 tape measures. This is one of them. Nope. There's like a few tape measures here that actually read in meters and inches, or meters and inches. And so I use that to do all my calibration, my rough calibration, because these only go up to 150 millimeters. Of course, 150 millimeters, I don't know how accurate these are, so I'm just guessing that these are accurate. I've looked at buying Mitutoyo meters or calipers, but I couldn't justify more than $150 for a caliper. I bought these $30 calipers from Amazon that have really large numbers, and they're supposed to be. They got the best review on Amazon, so. I got Metallica songs stuck in my head, so I might just hum random Metallica songs. So Metallica actually records some of their albums, I don't know all of them, but as long as I know, they record the kick drum with an actual kick. Like you hear the impact of the head, and then you hear the thump. But like, and a lot of metal bands do this, I think, too, where they actually hear you can hear the kick over the bass and all the guitar and stuff. So you hear that every time they do double bass, like random music trivia. But they actually mic the head, and then they mic the actual like porthole of the bass drum, and then they mix the two parts of the bass drum. Who knew you'd be learning about Metallica music? Watching a 3D printer stream. Oh, I wonder if they would get mad at, like, if Metallica would sue me for 3D printing their logo. And actually, at that point, I might as well just 3D print their guitar tablatures, like, in plastic, and then I can also 3D print a record that has one of their songs on it, and then share the STL with encoded music data. That would be kind of fun. I actually have to tighten these rods without any problem. If you ever play the Metallica songs on guitar or Rock Band, Metallica drum parts aren't that hard generally, but when you're playing on Rock Band, Rock Band has that crappy like single pedal, and we have to do double parts like you're actually like trying to do it on one pedal. It's funny. I ended up fixing a Rock Band pedal using a butter knife and some duct tape. Because the pedal broke while I was playing. Oh, that would be so much fun. It's like 3D print your own Rock Band controller, and then I would use like an open source version of Rock Band, like something I wrote in like Unity or something. Actually, that would be an easy game to make for a mobile platform. It's just streaming music. So I encode the music data with time signatures, and then like animate like music playing where the music's actually coming at you, and then it's all just trigger based like input, which you can do with an Arduino. Actually, I have a friend that's working on VR projects, and there is a Arduino plugin that works with Unity 3D. Again, I have a lot of random interest in all of the things. Whether those things are useful, I don't know. 3D printing is useful though. I've used it around the house. It takes so long to make household items that like 90% of the time it's just easier to just duct tape it, you know? Oh, nice. I'm already to this step. This is step number 11. Wow. Took me 30 minutes to do one step. Okay, here it is. Oh, you know what I should do? I should use the cardboard box from the Prusa kit to build a Prusa. Just laminate all the cardboard, like with fill the cardboard with like epoxy to make it solid, and then just cut and drill the holes, and then use the cardboard as a metal plate. And I'll use the tube as an axis, just like somehow like run cardboard like bearings on top of a tube. I don't know. That sounds stupid. Hold on. I got sidetracked. Yeah, watch an ADD person try to build a printer, and they'll finish in about 20 days. And the whole printer will be built in the last day, but not the first 19. That's kind of how this kit is built. Okay. Those parts are stuck. And just because I know this is going to have a problem is yeah, I really don't have any way to test how square it is other than making sure that it can drop easily in here and easily this actually isn't that easy. So I'm gonna just try to loosen these nuts again. So far I'm on 3 hours. I think this is going to be a 10-hour build. much easier. I really don't think that's as crucial as they say it is. Oh man. This is the. Here, let me go back to instructions because I think I mentioned it. These nuts, have to be tightened against each other. I think it's because these have to be parallel. That's why he's having you check the distance between these. Yeah, it's hard to eyeball, honestly. Because you honestly can't see this side close enough to know where the end of that nut is. So I don't know how precise this has to be. If you look at this, if you can't see the edge, it should be equal. Yeah. Just being thorough. Okay, retain 100 distance. Okay, that we tighten that. Remove the 8mm rod. Did that. Marker will be used to in the next step. Can be realized as shown in the picture. I don't think that's what realize means, but okay. Witnessed. Witnessed in the corner, if you're going to say it. If my 3D printer can make me coffee with coffee scented filament, I'd be happy. I actually have some coffee scented filament. Protopasta. Unfortunately, it does not taste like coffee. It tastes like plastic. Countersunk holes, white dot. No countersunk holes. Oh, there is a countersunk hole and a white dot. White dot. There is no countersunk hole on this side, and there's no white dot. Okay, correct bearing orientation. There is one single bearing. Does not have rust on it, but it's really beat up. One of the ball lines has to be in the axis with the cutout for the bearing. The orientation has to be followed in all the cages. Okay. So before the start, pay attention to how the finalized part should look. Check location of the position marker on the Y carriage. It's extremely important that you have proper orientation marker, orientation marker on the right upper side while looking on the Y carriage with the bearing located down and the side with 2 bearings at the top. So 2. This looks a little different than from the instructions. I'm gonna see what this is. Step 13. That's pretty much the same. Okay, zip ties. Let me look at the high resolution. I don't think these are threaded. I thought they were threaded. From the other video, it looks maybe it looked like it's threaded. I know this is a marker, it's a countersunk hole, but it doesn't show the white dot that it has. And I'm assuming the white dot is the part that you want to see. I'm looking at the close-up pictures. It doesn't really show this hole. That hole is actually slightly off center. So I'm sure that has that's the belt tensioner hole. Or maybe not. Yeah, the bearing's on the bottom side. Insert zip ties into the carriage as shown in the picture. Okay. Okay, so the zip ties actually have to be on the top side. And the top side is this side here. With the slightly off hole. I still don't know what that white mark is though. I'm assuming that's just an indicator because it's the only thing that makes sense in this case. This zip tie orientation video picture. Place the linear bearings in the cutouts. On the side with 2 bearings, slide the bearings as center as possible. Okay. I'm going to use this bearing package. I'm going to flip them upside down. I don't honestly understand why you can't just probably easier to do one bearing at a time. And you have to orient the bearings, and you have to orient it so that the bearing, you can't see it, but basically there's a row of ball bearings, and those row of ball bearings have to be perpendicular to the build plate. And I think that's because you want all your weight being on those ball bearings and not, which doesn't, that's counterintuitive. When placing the bearings under the Y carriage, make sure that they are oriented as shown in the picture. One of the ball lines has to be in axis with the cutout for the bearings. So they show the picture. I would think you want distributed load though. Like if I was using these, you'd want your ball bearings to ride kind of self-centering. But I guess for wear, okay. Zip tie. Bearings are kind of slippery. I think my first set of prints, I don't know how much it would help, but the Enable project will probably be one of the things that I do regularly, because filament is cheap, and if I can get on, if they need help printing stuff, and I have an available printer, might as well do some good with it, you know. Use pliers to tighten the zip ties. Oh, I see. Let's speed that up. I'm sure they give you extra zip ties because did not tighten this properly. Okay, I'm confused. Orientation. I want the notch up here. On the flip side, these zip ties go this way, and this way, but they're actually zip tied down. I'll just do it this way so I'm not confused. I hate LMA EU bearings. Like, they're so precise and they're kind of cool, but like they're so bad. Like, there's so many places where they can just a bead can fall out and then you're screwed. not sure what that really means. No. All it means is clip it off with the pliers. Like so. Clip. I don't know where this went. Okay, I'll do on this side, zip tie this way going this way, outside in, down here. They're not zip ties, they're cable ties. Zip tie is a brand. These are not zip tie brand. I'm not going to say Velcro on a live stream, which I just did. But I actually use Velcro brand Velcro, so I could say Velcro. Before I mess this up, go back to the picture. As far as I can tell, that's good enough. Just making sure. Next step. I'll be back. Let's get some water. I'm back. I'm gonna go to sleep probably in about an hour, so I'm gonna see how much more is left of the y-axis. Okay. So this is like, I assume everything is done according to the instructions. And then follow this step. This piece, the infamous belt holder that Thomas had to reprint, which luckily for me would be a pretty simple print. Like this is less than an hour to print one of these. I wouldn't do it in PETG though. I would do it in ABS. But that's just me. Okay. I have it oriented like so. Place Y belt holder on the Y carriage as shown as the picture. Boop. M3 by 12 screw. M3 by 12. There are two M3 by 12s in this bag. They are longer of the two. By the way, I think these are forged. I'm not sure how these bolts are made, but they look really good. 12. And 3 by 12. Beware of the orientation of the Y belt holder. The belt entry should face the single bearing. There is no thread in the Y carriage. Just push and screw all the way in. Awesome. Self-threading screws in an aluminum plate that's anodized or powder coated. Not really the best idea. Whatever. This goes in way too easily. I'm not sure how far these go down. Why do they... Oh. Yep. Okay, good. I was a little worried about that. Okay. Basically, these are gonna have nuts on the backside. Older nuts, basically. I don't want this tensioner coming off, but I also don't want it breaking. So there's just enough for like one regular nut. This is worse. 8mm rod. Again, the middle length one's 330mm. Insert 8mm smooth rods in the linear carriage. Be very careful inserting rods straight into the bearing. Do not apply too much force, and do not tilt the rod. These little balls will pop off out very easily. There, that sounds good. Linear bearings are so noisy because it's metal on metal. That freaks me out. I don't like that. But again, that kind of means they're working. The other problem I don't like about linear bearings is they bunch up all your grease and dirt on both sides, and so like I'm assuming, which is good. It's basically self-cleaning and it's keeping it from going in the bearing. It just looks gross, and, you know, I don't know. It's not as clean as I would imagine. I mean, I've seen giant CNC machines, and they usually have grease build up on both sides of the bearing. But I'm being really picky. Be careful. Insert the rod straight into the bearing. Do not apply too much force. Done. Okay. So my y-axis is somewhere there. Another thing I noticed, there's a little lip on this axis right here. There's a lip. I don't know. Just saying. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna go through all these parts and like make them better, because I'm sure he put a lot of time and he's built millions of these kits, or the team has, so I'm sure they know what they're doing. But there's stuff like y-axis tensioners. Having a proper belt tensioner, to me, would be a better way to do it. Overwatch. My friend is playing Overwatch on Twitch at 4 in the morning. Mine? I'm being invited to dinner, which is very nice. Shout out to Dustin Phillips, Dustin the Jetman, on Facebook. He does a lot of filament reviews, and go watch his channel. Let's see. I'm gonna see if my friend is playing on Twitch. Nope, she didn't. Okay. I should have done this on Twitch, but I think YouTube's a better audience for this kind of thing. And also because it can record. I can record on Twitch too. And this is all being saved on a large file server. And I guarantee this is a gigantic file. I don't think it actually will end the stream until it's done. So I think I still don't know how OBS works, but okay. Bearings. Idler. A symbol of the idler, y-axis idler, Okay. So in red, we have the 3x25. We have the M3 washer. M3s are not the size of my fingers. We have, oh my god. If you ever want to like know how to make printer parts, this is like a machined, I think it's machined. It might be forged, I'm not sure, but there's no seam. So it doesn't look like it's stamped. Normally like you'd see a pulley and stuff that's stamped. These are not. These are actually, these are machined pulleys and the machined idler. This is why you pay $700 for a kit. Not that it's going to make any difference on the $300 kit, but like machine parts on a printer at all. Just having any machine parts on a printer that's not just stamped steel, you know. The CNC cut Prusa logo is a good example. So I'm also looking at this camera because this is the main camera, but I could be looking at the laptop. It's probably weird to see me from both angles. I just noticed that. Okay. Anyway, back to the. So we have the bearing. So it goes here. Screw, washer, bearing, washer, lock nut. My lock nut. These are 623 bearings. Those are so tiny. To tighten the Y idler, use pliers and a 2.5mm hex spanner. Tighten the screw gently, just half turn max after the washer touches the 3D printed part. I know this because I have built a Y idler, and they 3D printed parts both so easily. So we have this Y frame. The trick is getting the washers in order. I actually don't know what these washers are for. The inside diameter of this is probably bigger than the washer, so I don't know if it's a spacer or how that actually works. Okay, this is going to be really hard to do. I actually should probably do it like this. Sure. Yeah, those washers really don't do anything. I don't know the washers are there. Oh my god, really? That's stupid. They should have at least one picture showing how this idler is put together. Oh. I'm an idiot. I figured it out. The washers go on the outside. The washers go on the outside. I was wondering why he put washers on the inside of these idlers. That wouldn't make any sense at all. They're really dirty too. I'm getting metal flakes everywhere. That's what it is. There's a whole bunch of metal flakes from when I was messing with these rods. Okay. That's much easier than I thought it was. I was like, weird. So nut goes on the outside. Washer on the outside. This one goes this way. And then the nylon washer goes on this side. Cool. Hold this. Use a 2.5 millimeter wrench. And okay. I didn't know how long the stream is down, but I'm at 4 hours now. I'm almost done. 4 hours is probably enough for one stream. I can continue this tomorrow. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. I have a lot more to do on y-axis. Way too much to do on y-axis. There's no way this is done in 6 hours. Even if I was not goofing around and taking breaks. Like, there's a lot involved in this y-axis. Y-axis motor. Let me do the y-axis motor. That's just insane. That's insane. They get their own like laser etched motor brand that actually tells you what it is, tells you what axis the motor goes to. So that's just cool. M3 by 10. Using the 2.5, secure the motor to the 3D printed part. Tighten the motor gently, avoid damage to the 3D printed part. Okay. 3D printed parts are not the best for a lot of people. The wire actually is going to go towards the outside. They show a lot of detailed parts about the motor. So. Oh, and also this is why they clip the motor with little clips to tell you what axis it's on. That is so cool. The Y motor cable actually goes underneath. It doesn't matter, but it's supposed to go underneath like this. And the M3 goes in here. Okay, so there's like little details I'm noticing on this is all these 3D printed parts have countersink holes for the cap head bolts, or I forgot what they're called, so that all the bolts sit flush under the plastic. There's also notches in some of these parts that for where the wire actually goes, so they're like little guides for the printer for the part. Yeah, my Mendel 90, I did a lot of this stuff by hand. I used a multi-tool type hex wrench, and then for most of the chassis parts, I just used because a lot of the plastic parts where it had capture nuts, which I hate capture nuts. The capture nuts were all nylon nuts, and so like my hand was just like busted up after that. So I ended up getting a I don't know, Black & Decker like automatic powered screwdriver basically. Does mine look like the picture? Mine looks almost exactly like the picture. Neat. Y end stop. Ooh. Where is the Y end stop? Oh, I think there's an electronics kit. It's 2mm by 12 screws. Got those. Y end stop. Tighten the Y end stop. Okay. Oh, okay, that's a marker. Okay. Tighten the Y end stop gently to avoid damage to this printed part. Okay. So again, Y end stop. I have a belt. It's not really so fun. They put the end stops in here. They didn't mark what the end stops are though. Oh, there's no Z end stop because it's an auto leveling probe. No, it has to home. No, it doesn't have to home. Ah, that is very clever. Cool. There is no end stops. Or no Z end stop. That's so cool. Z-axis end stops. All the printers I've used have some kind of Z-axis end stop, mechanical end stop for the Z-axis. Even with auto leveling. No, not really. The printer bot doesn't have that either. Anyway. I'm definitely gonna look at this picture closely though. Because it has to look. Oh, okay. Oh man. Wow, that is clever. That is very clever. Okay. Okay. Am I still alive? Go, life. Stream house. Got it. All these pictures open in a new tab. So I'm trying to close them as I go. That's a nice insult twitch. That's an Omron made in China. Of course. Telling you, if I could get a printer that everything was manufactured in the US or the European Union, I would be really impressed. God, even I don't think you can buy an IC, or at least an Atmel chip. You can't buy an Atmel chip or a Core M3 chip. I don't think that was manufactured in the US. They might have them. I don't know. I'm kind of curious if you can. Because honestly, man, like I know the Rambo boards are made in the U.S., but I don't think the ICs or the chips are fabbed in the U.S. I mean, you're being picky at that point because it wouldn't be cost effective at all to have any electronics made in the U.S. The only way to do that is like if you're military. I'm sure the military has some kind of, you know, secret on their chips too, but. I actually have an RFID implant in my hands, right here. And I'm pretty sure that it's a TI chip, Texas Instruments chip, but I think the chip is probably made in China somewhere. The data sheet's really interesting on it too, because it like has a modulator, like it has to do this weird like frequency thing, and like it has an EEPROM on board, and then it's like it has a wire coil, like a copper coil, and it's all in this little glass capsule. The glass capsule is like the size of the screw, smaller than that, and they put in a 10 gauge needle that's pre-injected, and then it just like pinches the skin, pops it in there. It kind of hurt, but it's really cool what I can do with it. I access the door into the makerspace, and I also log into my computer automatically. I have a USB reader. I just go, I swipe my hand, it logs me into Windows. What else have we done with it? Nothing yet, but I'm planning another 3D printed project that's going to be making a deadbolt unlocker that uses a servo motor, or uses a stepper motor, an Arduino with a RFID reader, and that it clamps on to the door, or it like I'm gonna have it stick onto the door or clamp onto the door somehow, so it's like not obtrusive. Because I don't want to have to, like for an apartment, I don't want to have to change the lock just to make it an RFID controlled one. I want to actually just be able to stick it on an existing lock and then be able to access the door with a key or an RFID. It's something I haven't seen done yet. And it's a perfect example of 3D printing. So. These don't have to be really tight. It's just an in-stop. In-stops aren't that like hardcore. By the way, I'm looking at the Philbot's channel. It looks like he built some cool stuff. So shout out to him. Actually, he was on the 3D Fab thing. I actually watched his first video. So if you're watching this, shout out to the Philbot. And Rocket League. Oh my God, Rocket League. I should 3D print like an RC car that looks like the Rocket League like cars. Open RC, so it's totally doable. And stop. Next step. Guide the wires from the Y end stop to go side by side with the motor cable in the picture as shown. So this goes down to the second rung and under. The Y motor is a little longer than the end stop, but they only have to travel so far. I think they have to be zip tied and then go up like this. So there's plenty of slack with the XX motor. Plus, I want to bend them down here so that they don't run into anything. Cable fell down. Oh man, assemble the Y-axis stage. So we're gonna insert the assembled Y carriage into the Y-axis stage. Oh, okay. Ensure the correct orientation of the parts. Y motor mount on the right and single bearing on the bottom. Y motor mount on the right. Oh, okay. It's oriented like the picture. Y motor mic on the right. This is my right. And single bearing on the bottom. So like this. Note the note location of the Y orientation marker. It is important. Y carriage is oriented as in the picture. Insert zip ties into the holes, Y corners. Ensure the correct orientation of the zip ties. Head of the zip tie should be facing out from the Y-axis stage. Okay, definitely looking at this picture because okay. So insert, perfectly there. Zip ties are gonna go through here. Just insert them all. This print's so good. The zip ties have a lot of clearance in these holes. Like it's not really tight, so I can tell these parts are printed the way they should be. The markers should be basically top right. Ensure the orientation of the zip tie's head on the zip tie should be facing out from that stage. Okay. Using pliers, tighten the zip ties as shown in the picture. So the zip ties go in this way. Facing inward. Oh, I see what they're doing. So they're using the zip tie action when they go from one side to the other to tighten it. Because it does show in the picture that the head are being tightened inside. Ensure zip ties are the orientation. It's like blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm doing it right. We'll find out when something shifts mid-print. I wish I had actually snippers, like this, using snips for the zip ties. These are not going anywhere. These zip ties. There's not 100 pounds of force on it either, so close enough. So far, this is a heavy gantry. Very, very nice sliding gantry. I am actually kind of impressed how clean this is. Optional. Y holder. The next step, it's good to assemble the optional nuts taken from bag 9 spare on the screws holding the Y belt holder. Assemble M3 nuts on the screws as shown in the picture. The nuts will be removed in chapter 7. Why? Okay. Chapter 7. God, I'm not like reading a book or something. But if you say so. I'll just use them because I'm sure it's going to hold something in transportation. If I have to pack up this kit. Which actually I should be packing it now. It's almost 5 a.m. Yes, I am doing this at 5 a.m. And yes, I do have a day job. But I work 1:30 to 10:30, so it's like I'm not really worried. I get like 6 hours of sleep, 5 hours of sleep maybe. Oh god. Assemble the belt on Y-axis part 1. This step is illustrative. You don't have to take the printed part out from the Y carriage. Yeah, but it's going to make it easier, I'm sure. Insert the Y belt, the shorter one. This is a really short belt. The shorter one, and the belt holder is shown in this picture. Insert the flat part of the belt in the holder. Okay, flat part. Okay. Picture. Insert. Turn around. Insert. Guide the belt around the pin as shown in the picture. Push the belt all the way into the belt holder. I don't know if you guys can see this. Okay, the video caught up, but you should be able to see it now. I don't know how much of the belt holder is actually needed. You probably want a few teeth sticking out, like they show in the picture. And again, you want to push the belt all the way into the belt holder, like so. That's actually a pretty clever design. It's a clever design, but again, no belt tensioner. How do you get the tension out of this belt? I don't know. Okay. Place the pulley on the Y motor shaft as shown, facing up. So. Grub screw. Okay. Run the Y belt all the way, or run the belt through the Y motor pulley and Y idler part. So satisfying. Okay, here's another pet peeve I have. So Mendel 90, Mouthpad actually twists the belt, and the reason why he twists the belt is so that the idler is actually riding on the back part of the belt, which is smoother than this. But that is a very smooth bearing. What I think it's because you're doing it directly on two bearings with washers. I don't know if there's a reason why it's different. Not a big deal, but everybody asks me, why is that belt twisted? Is it supposed to be that way? And like, yeah, I guess so. I don't really know why you need the twisted belt, but apparently it's because, I'm assuming it's because the flat part of the belt will be on the idler instead of the tooth part. But you're gonna have so much resonance from just the whole axis being shifted around that, like, the teeth hitting a smooth axis is not going to make a big difference. 3D printers are not precise, like absolutely precise machines. They're rough estimates, but nothing's perfectly machine flat. You know, it's if these were actual CNC machines, like you'd have less than 1,000 of them inch tolerance, at least. Loosening the motor. Undo the 10 screws. Rotate the motor until it hits the ground, as shown in the picture. Rotate the motor. Okay. Undo the screw. So we're just taking the motor. We're going to rotate the motor downward so we can get the belt onto it. Okay. Tighten the Y-axis belt, part 1. Use pliers, insert the belt and insert the flat part into the Y holder as shown in the picture. Then guide the belt around the bottom pit. Okay, I see. I'll show you this. So we're loosening the motor down. We're using pliers, insert the belt in the flat part. I probably want to have some tension. That is not evenly distributed at all. It says the belt shouldn't be tight, so I'm gonna redo the belt. Okay. So to basically just loosen the motor, push it back. I guess this is so you can get leverage on the belt and tighten it that way. The problem is that it's hard for me to get to this screw for this motor. I'm really afraid of stripping this screw out while trying to tension the motor. Again, every printer I've ever seen for wide belt tensioning, it's a 3D printed like eyelet, something that holds the belt zip tied like this, and then it has a screw adjustment that basically just with the capture nut that basically just forces it back this way, and basically hangs on to one rail, pulls it like that. I don't know. Seems to work. Again. Has a ping to it. Seems tight to me. This is about as tight as my Mendel 90, so I'm gonna say that's good. Oh yeah, it has tension. I'm actually kind of surprised. Adjust the Y idler as shown in the picture. 6 to 8 bearings. Housing should be in axis with the belt. Tighten the M-nut gently to avoid damaging. So they're just centering the belt and then tightening. It's probably easier to do this way. Yeah, you want the Y. You want the belt being perfectly straight up and down. So I'm just tightening one of the bolt bearings to kind of push the plastic piece into alignment. Again, this is gonna basically wear the inside of these plastic parts. Oh my god, my eyesight sucks. Everything I try to eyeball is distorted. I can tell this is distorted too because I shift my vision and I can see the curvature. In the picture, they're actually showing everything upside down. In my opinion, you would want to center this as much as possible. You want to center the idler. Yeah, I'm just going to center the idler. You want to center the idler, and then I think the motor will follow, which will tension it a little bit better. I don't want to over tighten, but I don't know what tighten means. I think just snug. Okay, whatever. Okay, this is kind of more important. Adjust the Y. Okay. Okay, stream is back. Sorry, I'm shaking my legs in this video. I need to stop. But I feel like I'm so close with the y-axis. It just should not have taken 6 hours, about 5 hours. So really 5 hours from the y-axis platform. It'll probably go much faster when you have somebody helping you, and you know what you're doing. I'm if I start this at 6 o'clock and I end at midnight, that's 6 hours for the first day, and then 6 hours each day. I would rather spend more time the first day, start earlier the first day, and then finish earlier the next day. That's my opinion for my build, because this is honestly a 12-hour build. This is I don't think I can get this printer done in less than 12 hours, and knowing what I'm doing. Not that it's a rush, but most people don't want to spend 12 hours doing anything. Of course, if I had a place to put this permanently, I would just be building on the table that I'm going to print on, but I don't have a work table, which that's why I bring it to the makerspace. But then I have to take all this stuff and fit it somewhere, store it somewhere temporarily, without people messing with it. The belt part of the pulley has to be in axis with the belt itself. Tighten the M8 nuts gently to avoid damage. There's kind of a lot of ways that this Y motor mount can go. Yeah, there we go. Also, I want the pulley to be in the center of the shaft without pulling the Y out of the way, so it actually needs to go way more. That looks straight to me. Straight as I'm gonna get it. Okay, and this has a D shaft, so so interesting story about the middle 90 is interesting thing about the middle 90 is I didn't have the y-axis belt tensioned with Loctite, which luckily this doesn't need Loctite because it actually uses 2 set screws. It's a machine pulley instead of a plastic Delrin pulley. It also smells really bad because I didn't tighten the y-axis pulley and it was creating a lot of friction on the motor shaft because it was slipping. So my 3D printed parts were like being like Y drifting. They were printing like at a diagonal, and it smelled really bad. Like it was burning whatever the plastic of the pulleys were made out of. So metal pulleys are much better, and definitely tighten them properly, like I just did. Now we're doing cable mount management, which is great that they're telling you to do cable management now. Because cable management, it sucks. Zip tie the cables. I'm going to use 4 cable ties. So it looks like the wires go here. I want to provide strain relief, just in case, but looks like these go in the inside corner. See, again, this is why I like the ribbon cable idea, because trying to figure out where your cables go is half the battle. But what's also nice is these are twisted pair, like pre-twisted wires, and the connectors are already put on them. So again, worth $700 if you ever built a printer. This kit is way easier than trying to do any of this stuff yourself, and then figuring out the hard way that your connections are bad, your wire connections are bad because you didn't prep a wire correctly. don't think I have to tighten these too much. So not to cut the wires. So don't cut the wires. Okay. Okay, leveling the y-axis. Place the assembled x-axis on the flat part surface. Not that this wooden table is level at all, but every corner is touching the ground, and if some corners are high choices in the axis. Oh, so you make it square and then it's not square. You can also check by taping each corner and tapping each corner. I think you're gonna have a Doppler effect anyway, so maybe not Doppler, but this is your last chance to ensure that the y-axis is perfectly angled and leveled. It'll save you a lot of hassle later. Okay. I think I've checked like twice or 3 times. And everything as far as I know, except for, again. Okay. See, I'm glad I caught that now. My Y motor mount was not mentioned. Probably would have caused issues. See? The idler doesn't click. I mean, the end stop doesn't click. I will loosen these and move the y-axis. Or this is before I zip tie it tightly. So I have to shift everything over. So I have too much belt left over. So I gotta trim the belts and the belt tensioner. So I'm basing the motor and tensioner idler alignment based off of the belt tensioner. So I think this is the most centered that belt tensioner is going to be. So this has to be off center. The pulley has to be centered, but the motor has to be off center just enough so that this aligns. See, that's a little bit tighter. Almost there. Actually, it's probably already there. I think my actual issue is going to be this. 5:30 a.m. I'm almost done. I want to move the Y idler over to my right just a bit. I'm going to use my leather on the cut the excess belt. I don't know how well it's going to work. These are sharp. The bearing will hit before the belt does. So let me clip another 2 to 3 millimeters off this belt. Everything's kind of tight tolerances, but okay. Again, is it square? Yes. Are all the screws tensioned as much as I can? Yes. The only screws that should be loose, or nuts that should be loose, are those. Okay, secure access feet. Felt pads. Let's take felt pads off each corner. I should get rubber feet or felt pads from my Mendel 90 because it's basically bare metal on table. Right now I have a cutting mat underneath my other 3D printers or my Mendel 90, so the cutting mat kind of takes the scratching because I have a glass table. But I'm going to buy an IKEA shelf, and I don't care about the IKEA shelf. I'm going to get a wood one because it looks nice. But I've looked at metal shelving, and I don't think anything's going to work for this. Oh my god, that took literally 5 hours 29 minutes to do the entire y-axis assembly. I'm calling it a night. I'm gonna sign off of the stream. I'll start back probably tomorrow or Tuesday night. The stream's probably gonna start around 11:30 or midnight. So anybody's watching this, probably nobody. I'll do part 2 of the video. So it gives you nice bite-sized 5.5 hour chunks of this printer. Hopefully the next 5 hours is gonna be a lot quicker. Y-axis shouldn't have taken this long to build. But again, that's the core of this machine, is the y-axis. This metal plate is going to be everything bolted to it. So as far as I can tell, everything should be pretty easy from there. The hot end is pre-assembled. Just letting you know. The E3D V6 is assembled, pre-assembled, which is so awesome. Because I hate building hot ends, because I always mess something up. But anyway, I'm gonna save the stream, and you should see it on YouTube. So, signing off OBS, stop streaming now.